When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just is isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed.
In these remarkable times, we reflected. We reorganized. We rekindled curiosities, reimagined how to work together, and reinvented ways to help those in need. The world's brightest minds race to bring to market solutions so that we can start to return to something reminiscent of normal. We remember all those who won't be joining us and are reminded of the deep roots of inequality that have been sown. As we reflect on how much the world has changed, we, as a people, must recognize this opportunity to rebuild. As we push new boundaries in the worlds of technology, health, and finance, we have a responsibility to do it together, to rebuild a future that is inclusive and equitable, a future that prioritizes prosperity for our precious planet and all of its people.
The new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Welcome to the 2021 Global Inclusive Growth Summit, a joint presentation of the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth and the Aspen Institute. I'm Dan Porterfield, President and CEO of the Aspen Institute.
And I'm Mike Froman, Vice Chairman and President of Strategic Growth at Mastercard. We're thrilled to gather today, albeit virtually, to bring back this critical conversation about inclusive growth at a time when it's more necessary than ever. As we come out of the current health and economic crisis, the question for all of us is how can we work together to forge a recovery based on an economy built for all?
Growth, of course, is predicated on investment, and the type of economic growth we'll have to have as a society is dependent on the things we choose to invest in, both monetarily and more broadly, in the way we direct our energy and political capital into programs, policies, and people that can make a difference.
Here in the closing months of 2021, it's become almost a cliche to say that COVID exposed the fractures across our societies, but nothing could be truer. As the pandemic put a financial strain on individuals, crushed small businesses, and crippled entire sectors, institutions got to work supporting them, often with innovative technologies. Financial institutions, national and local governments, philanthropies, and community groups, we all came together to blunt the worst of the economic hit. But much remains to be done. Right now, 1 in 5 people globally don't have access to basic financial services. Nearly half the global population lives in a digital desert, unable to access the internet to leverage the tools needed to fully participate in the health, education, and economic opportunities that digital solutions can provide.
An inclusive economy is one that lifts up historically excluded populations, particularly entrepreneurs of color, women, and those with low and moderate incomes. At the Institute, our Partnership for an Inclusive Economy has coalesced our programs and platforms to help shape federal, state, and local action on cash assistance programs, social safety net policy reforms, and moratoria on evictions and student loan debt. As a part of this summit, we will hear from a number of leaders who are making commitments to moving this work forward. We're partnering with the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth in many ways and are deeply grateful for our relationship with the Mastercard team. We are proud also to share today that this work will be expanded with the support of Prudential through a 5-year, $11 million investment in the Aspen Institute. Called Equity Reimagined, this pioneering investment builds on Prudential's long-standing partnership with the Institute to shape the future of work, wealth, and capitalism by improving job quality, empowering people to build financial security, and amplifying wealth creation opportunities for historically underserved communities. Already, we've unlocked hundreds of millions of new dollars in capital for deployment by minority depository institutions, enabling them to invest potentially billions more in communities of color.
A sustainable and inclusive economy is one that's grounded in decency and centered on extending the benefits of the digital economy to all, including those at the base of the pyramid. We seek to contribute to this by aligning around a set of core principles for financial inclusion, such as those promulgated by the Edison Alliance, which emphasize the importance of developing systems that are digital and inclusive by design and are commercially sustainable over time. We're connecting individuals to the digital economy at the base of the pyramid in Africa and Asia, partnering with fintechs and telecom companies, and we're providing services to underserved individuals right here in the United States through partnerships like the one we have with the City of Los Angeles and the Angelino Connect program. We're unlocking new ways for micro-businesses to access credit in Africa, Asia, and Europe, and for women-owned entrepreneurs to digitize their businesses in conjunction with USAID and the Development Finance Corporation. And through our Strive program, we're helping small businesses get digital, get paid, and get access to capital. Finally, we're committed to being good stewards of the planet by making sustainability an internal and external focus of our organization. And now let's kick off this critical conversation with some framing remarks from Ajay Banga, Executive Chair of Mastercard.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Global Inclusive Growth Summit. If COVID has taught us anything, it is that we are deeply interconnected, that our well-being is inextricably linked with the health and well-being of all. So when people thrive, companies, communities, economies, we all thrive. And that is the simple truth that underpins the goal of inclusive growth. What makes it all possible is the lens through which we view our responsibility to the world. And for me, that lens is triangular. And on one side is the issue of one versus many. This is about inclusivity in all its forms and colors: gender, racial, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, all that. It's the question of how we are using our tools, our platforms, to level the playing field, to embrace the diversity that makes us stronger and find ways to benefit everybody. Now, on the other side of the triangle, there's humanity versus nature. And that is really about addressing ecological issues and the existential threat of climate change. That presents us with the question of how we organize and operationalize our systems to work with nature, not against it. And at the foundation of the triangle, keeping those heavy sides from toppling down, is the balance between short-term and long-term. It's about the need to stop applying short-term solutions to what are inherently long-term problems, but rather set a course for the long-term with short-term wins being delivered every step of the way. And Mastercard's own journey is guided by this triangle of considerations and on a bedrock of a sense of decency. We're always looking at what's the right thing to do right now for the right reasons and in the right way. And every single time, the answer is to have our hands at the backs of those around us. So in terms of inclusion, we've been putting our brains and our resources toward the challenge of financial inclusion. And last year, we reached our initial goal of connecting 500 million people to the formal economy through digital tools that offered access to accounts, that helped entrepreneurs build credit histories, that had established systems for secure digital identification, that provided pathways towards resilience, towards capital accumulation, and towards growth. But that's the kind of journey that doesn't, and frankly shouldn't, ever end. There are always going to be more people to connect to opportunities and more ways that we can offer the tools of resilience to people. So when we achieved that goal of getting to 500 million, we doubled down. And now we're looking to commit to a total of 1 billion by 2025, with a special focus on connecting 50 million small and medium-sized entrepreneurs and at least 25 million women entrepreneurs. And frankly, everything we learned along the way in our financial inclusion journey has informed our approach to the other side of the triangle, to environmental sustainability. As a digital network, our carbon footprint is relatively small compared to some. But we can make commitments for outsized progress and apply our network in ways that involve consumers. So through our Priceless Planet Coalition, we have committed to planting 100 million trees by 2025. And we're empowering people to make a difference by educating them about their personal impact on the planet, encouraging climate-conscious choices, and enabling people to donate through direct contributions or through loyalty point redemptions. The point is that at the end of the day, none of this is a one company, one coalition, or even one country job. We need many shoulders at the wheel to have impact now and to lay the groundwork for sustainable, inclusive growth far into the future. And this won't happen through only philanthropy or only through government funds. We need the capabilities, the technologies, the ingenuity, the capital, the people, the innovation of private companies. When we combine the complementary strengths of the public and private sectors, commitments become plans, and most importantly, plans become action. When everybody comes to the party, we can give people a lift. We can expand the middle class. We can help them thrive. We can help them grow, all by giving them a level playing field. So with that in mind, I cannot think of a better way to start the day than with a session led by someone who has led from the front in this space. I have studied his leadership since becoming part of the very first Clinton Global Initiative, where he cajoled, he encouraged, he convinced people of all stripes to come together, but most importantly, to take concrete action, make commitments, and then deliver against them to make things better. Ladies and gentlemen, President Bill Clinton.
Thanks so much to everyone tuning in for the Global Inclusive Growth Summit. I want to especially thank Ajay Banga for the warm introduction, as well as Mike Froman from the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth and Dan Porterfield from the Aspen Institute, without whom we wouldn't be having this important conversation. The theme of the conference, Rebuilding for All, is something that should be central to any discussion about economic recovery and growth. As the COVID-19 pandemic has painfully reminded us, far too many people have been left out and left behind for far too long. We know that economies where most people are on the outside looking in, without access to basic financial tools, or a realistic chance to rise despite their talent, ingenuity, and hard work. Those places are just unsustainable and politically toxic. It's clear that recovery can't mean back to business as usual. So now we do have both a rare opportunity and a moral and existential imperative to bring people together from across sectors and around the world to build economies that are truly inclusive, that really do give every person the chance to succeed. We need to make investments today that will support both the immediate needs of the workforce and set up our economies for long-term inclusive growth and prosperity. That means harnessing the power of technology to connect people and small businesses to capital and financial tools. It means investing in areas like clean energy, broadband, and modern infrastructure. It means partnering at every level, listening to and learning from one another and from the people we serve to find the most effective ways to deploy capital, build innovative products and services, and ultimately create more opportunities for people to build better futures for themselves, their families, and their communities. In my experience, and that's quite a long time now, it's not so much poverty or adversity that breaks people's spirits. It's the feeling of being frozen, getting up every day, looking in the mirror and believing that every tomorrow is going to be just like yesterday, no matter what you do. Being stuck is an awful thing. And it's our job to find ways to get people unstuck. And we need them. We need everybody unstuck. We need everybody contributing because we have so much to do. This conference and our opening panel will be an important part of doing that. We need to understand how and why we got here in the first place, who's been left behind by the existing order, what specifically needs to change in order to level the playing field, and how to make those changes long-term and sustainable. I'm eager to start exploring those questions. So without further delay, I'm pleased to introduce Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization, Gina Raimondo, Commerce Secretary for the United States, and Dr. Raphael Bostic, the President and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. Thanks so much to all of you for being here today. I'd like to begin with Director General Okonjo-Iweala. Perhaps the greatest lesson we've learned out of this pandemic in ways that are positive and negative is how terribly interdependent the world is. No matter how much everyone would like to pretend that we're all on our own or our family, our community, our nation is on its own, we are, for good or ill, interdependent. And therefore, we have to define the terms of it. So, to date, we know that interdependence has given us an enormous amount of growth, a big reduction in extreme poverty, but still persistent patterns of inequality. So, how did this happen? To what extent is this an inevitable product of global economic interdependence?
Well, thank you, President Clinton. It's a pleasure to be with you on this panel. I think you're absolutely right that, we've seen enormous interdependence in the world, and especially when we talk about problems of the global commons, like the pandemic, climate change, and so on. But let me say that on your comment on economic interdependence, this was really something for the good. From about 1990 to 2019, we saw many trade agreements, multilateral and bilateral and regional. We saw the integration of China, the East European countries, some other parts of South Asia, increasingly getting into the global multilateral trading system. And I think that this interdependence helped to lift so many millions of people, 1 billion actually, out of poverty. We saw the development of global supply chains as a result of this. And the numbers are that the number of people living in extreme poverty fell from about 36% in 1990 or so to less than 10% before the pandemic struck. So really, this interdependence helped to lift people out of poverty, helped nations to converge towards more equality. But during that convergence, you're right, there were those who were left behind. There were poor people within rich countries who did not benefit. There were poor countries who were not brought into this mainstream of globalization. But does that mean that this interdependence is bad? No, I think we can still use the same instruments in what I call re-globalization to try to bring those who are marginalized back. And you can see during this time, vulnerable countries have suffered during the pandemic. They are at the end of the vaccine queue. Those countries manufacturing it have not been able to share to the extent we would like. But still, we know that given the interdependence of supply chains, which are not easy to unravel, we need to find a way to use this to bring people into the mainstream, to bring those who have been left behind. So in summary, President Clinton, I think interdependence, yes, can result in vulnerable people being marginalized, but it can also be an instrument to bring them back and give them access to those markets that are wealthier than the ones they have at home or in their region.
Secretary Raimondo, I know you well enough to know that you agree with what she just said, but how are we going to do it? One of the big problems that is dividing America and undermining our ability to play a really constructive role in the world is that there's so much controversy and difference of opinion about what to do with our interdependence here at home. So what do you think is most perpetuating inequality here, and what should we be doing about it right now?
First of all, it's wonderful to see you, President Clinton. Would love to be able to see you in person sometime soon. And it's really an honor to be on such a distinguished panel on such an important topic. So it's great to be with all of you. The first thing is we have to get real about how bad it is. You know, it's one thing, we all know the statistic, you know, the top 20% of US households bring in more income than the bottom 4/5 combined. You know, so what does that mean? That means we have a lot of people working full-time in poverty. It means kids not really getting a chance, going to schools that are falling apart, a lot of human suffering, a lot of unfairness. And it's truly, you know, as President Biden says, we're in a fight for the soul of America, and I think that's true. So the first thing is not to sugarcoat how bad this is. The second thing is there's no one thing, and you obviously know this from your time as governor and as president. There are just barriers that are holding back people of color, women, people in rural America, people in inner cities. And we have to systematically make investments to reduce the barriers. It's no one thing. We need huge investments in affordable housing. You can't do well in school if you're sleeping on your friend's couch the night before or in a car the night before. It's not going to happen. Or, you know, so we need investments in housing. We need to make sure that all of the innovation and tech jobs that are fueling the bubble economies on the coast get to middle America. And that means job training and skills and digital apprenticeships all over America. So folks everywhere have the skills they need to get those jobs. By the way, it means starting that education earlier. You know, the year before I became governor in Rhode Island, 0 kids of color took the AP computer science test in public schools in Rhode Island. So, you know, we started an initiative to make sure we became the first state in the country to teach computer science in every public school, in every grade, starting in kindergarten. If you ever want to put a smile on your face, go watch first graders learning how to sort themselves as preparation for learning sorting for computer science. These kids are smart. It's not the fact that they're poor or black or brown that they weren't, that's not why they weren't taking computer science. They weren't exposed to it. It wasn't taught in their schools. And if they're not exposed to digital skills, they're not going to get the high paying jobs that require digital skills, and they're going to be left behind. So, you know, I think it's broad-based investments, the kind that President Biden is calling for right now, investments in childcare so women can participate in the workforce. You know, tens of millions of women of color are working full-time every week, some of them 60, 70 hours a week, doing childcare jobs, taking care of elderly loved ones as CNAs, but they make 10, 11 bucks an hour and they're poor. So we need to make investments so they can, you know, have a dignified job with a decent wage. So in any event, I think it's, there's too few people, and primarily white people, primarily in the cities, who have access to high-tech, high-wage jobs. And it's time that we break down the barriers so all Americans can have that, so they have a chance at working and making a decent living.
Thank you. I should note, for the benefit of the people listening and for the other panelists, that Secretary Raimondo, when she was governor of Rhode Island during the financial crash, governed one of the states hardest hit. And depending on what measurement she used, they were always in the top three. And she somehow managed to hold them together, deliver all the bad medicine that the Director General is familiar with from her two stints as a finance minister of Nigeria, and still maintain enough popularity to get herself reelected by telling people the truth and letting people understand that they did have a future. And I think we should never forget that how we do this is also important, because that determines how people respond. President Bostic, you have been amazingly vocal for someone running the Federal Reserve Bank, yours in Atlanta, that we have an imperative to end systemic racism in the way we manage our economy, and especially the way capital flows. Tell us what you're doing and how you think it can reduce inequality.
Well, thank you, President Clinton. And it's really, I'll echo Secretary Raimondo. This is a real pleasure to be on this panel. First thing I did want to say is I think it's really important that everyone understand that systemic racism, and indeed any structure or institution that restricts opportunity based on a person's skin color or their family connections or any of those sorts of things, is an economic issue, because it constrains the access to opportunity, and it really limits the ability of people and communities of achieving their full potential. And if they don't achieve their full potential, we all lose, because we have smaller economies than we should, and we have less resilient economies than we should. So this is actually a very important thing. In terms of what we're doing at the Fed, the first thing we're doing is we're really pointing out that this is a thing. Like, this is actually a problem, and it has real impacts. As I've gone around, I've been surprised and a little disappointed at how few people know that the history of discrimination, of limiting access to home ownership and things that really have long-term implications. So just putting that spotlight on is really important. A second thing I would say is that we are working with partners to try to make a positive change in the world, to try to start to show the effects and the solutions. We're working with the Markle Foundation and others to rework workforce development initiatives and try to really change that infrastructure. We actually have an initiative where we're trying to change the incentives and support programs that we call Advancing Careers in Low-Income Families, because we know that the structures and the incentives that are put out really do tell people, don't get that extra dollar of income, don't get that extra bit of education, and that doesn't serve us very well. And here in Atlanta, we're working with the Metro Atlanta Chamber to get every business to see racial equity as something that's particularly important. I would also say that we're working in research, and we're trying to promote the things that we're learning from work that's being done both in-house and by others that really do start to make an understanding about how policies and programs are making a positive change here. So we're really trying as much as possible to get conversations moving forward. The last thing I'll say on this is that one thing that I'm very excited about and very proud about is the Federal Reserve System has been standing up something that we call the Racism in the Economy webinar series. We really try to bring together people to have interesting conversations that don't just focus on highlighting the problems, but also speak to some of the solutions that we might pursue to try to make a difference. Because making progress on this makes our economy better, and it makes our communities stronger.
Thank you very much. I want to make, just based on the last statements you made, I think this is so important, because we have to figure out how to get from here to where you want to go through a political, cultural, and informational minefield that has been sown all across the world. Because when people are frustrated, they think they're stuck in their current circumstances. They become right targets for divisive nationalism. They think for attacking the notion of inclusion, for seeing themselves in a dog-eat-dog world where somebody else's gain is their loss. And we are still living with that every day in the United States. And that is impairing our ability to lead the world to a better place. So in every place, and I know the Director General is very sensitive to this because what she has lived with and experienced within Nigeria and in all the places around the world, she's made better. So let's talk a little bit about how we can do some short-term inclusive recovery, because particularly for those of us who are worried about the survival of democracy itself, it's important to realize there's always a lag time between when you're doing something that makes sense and when real people feel it. And unfortunately, we need to do more today within cycles determined by elections and other things that enable people to feel something, even though we've got a very long project ahead of us, particularly in climate change. So let's begin with Secretary Raimondo. You have allocated billions of dollars to reducing some of the key bottlenecks facing the American economy, including $65 billion for broadband internet for all. And this is a big deal. I think most other countries would be astonished at the sheer number of Americans, without regard to race, who don't have access to affordable rapid broadband, either because they live in rural areas where the economics have not favored fast connections, or because they live in very poor urban neighborhoods. So tell us what you're doing with that.
Yes, thank you. So again, it's about breaking down barriers so everybody could have access to good jobs, good school. And we saw this in COVID. You know, those of us who were lucky enough during COVID to just go home and hop on Zoom, we could keep our jobs on Zoom, we could visit our doctors on Zoom, our kids could go to school on Zoom. But if you didn't have broadband, you didn't get to go to school. Kids lost out on a whole year of school. They couldn't just go home. Or if you didn't have broadband and you were a small business, you probably went out of business. If you couldn't continue to see the doctor or a therapist, it was brutal. And, you know, being on the ground as governor, it's heartbreaking. And as you said, Mr. President, people don't know. 70% of tribal households in the United States of America do not have access to broadband. 35% of people who live in rural America, the greatest country in the world, do not have access to broadband. In more urban areas, there may be access to broadband, but if it's $100 a month, it's unaffordable and you might as well not have access to it. So what we are doing through this $65 billion is we are on a mission to make sure that every single American has access to high-speed, affordable broadband. And I'm determined to put this money to work in a way that doesn't just lay the fiber. You know, we need to lay fiber in rural areas and tribal areas, no doubt about it. But also, we need to do it in a way that provides digital literacy or provides money for hardware. If you have the internet but you can't afford an iPad, what good is that? So we've made sure to kind of write in the flexibility so you could pay for literacy or pay for the hardware you need. And also, and this is also heartbreaking and it's kind of in the weeds, but it matters. If you live in an affordable housing, high-rise apartment building, you probably, if you live in a city, your city has broadband, but it doesn't go to your apartment building. And so we just have to get the details matter. And we are determined to implement the $65 billion in a way so that at the end of it, really, truly every single American has broadband, and we finally close the digital divide in America, which is a huge contributor to the inequality and lack of inclusion. Every good paying job going forward is digital, is data, is tech. And so everybody deserves to participate, and that means having broadband.
I just want to emphasize this is one of the great challenges of any democracy, but it's been paralyzing to America. More than 20 years ago, in my second term as president, I went to a tribal meeting in northern New Mexico to recognize a young Native American girl, 13 years old, who had won this big academic contest, and her prize was a computer. Now, back then in the dark ages of this, you connected your computer to the internet through a phone line. And she had this computer, and it was totally useless because they didn't even have telephone service. So her future was, you're a very smart girl, you've got an unlimited future, here's your computer, I'm sorry you can't make any use of it. So it's not like we just discovered this. And through 20 years of fighting, and people, instead of building, wanted to fight over a small pie instead of building a bigger one, we have paid this awful price so that we still have all these people here. And this is going on everywhere in the world. The people fighting over a smaller pie. And we have to change it. So Director General Merchandise Trade fell in 2020. And it grew again in 2021. What's going to happen in 2022? And how can we make sure that we build supply chains in a way that don't undermine inequality, but reduce it? I mean, don't increase inequality, but reduce it.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me build on what both you and Gina have been saying. Yes, trade has rebounded quite strongly. We just released the latest figures. We had projected that in 2021, trade would rebound by 8%. But it's done even better by 10.8% this year, and next year by 4.7%. The strong rebound this year is based on the pent-up demand from many households and businesses, coming from the stimulus, the spending that was done during this crisis, which was quite appropriate. But hidden in those figures is something that people don't, that we should not be happy or complacent about. Because you have a strong rebound that is happening in rich countries, in North America, in Europe, and there's a divergence in Asia too, especially East Asia. But when you look at the numbers in Latin America and Africa, you see a totally different pattern. So you have what one would say is a K-shaped recovery. You see it in the economic numbers, but also now in the trade numbers. The poorer countries are not doing as well. And there's a very strong reason for it. And so what I'm going to say now is that if we don't solve today's problem that we're facing of vaccine access to vaccines, vaccine inequality, we are going to see widening divergence between different parts of the world. The rich countries will be doing very well and the poor countries will do poorer. But the performance of the rich countries will not even be sustainable, because if we don't vaccinate everyone, we have all these variants that will come back. What we see now is that 2% of people in poor countries, in low-income countries, have been vaccinated, compared to about more than 60% in the rich countries. And I say to everyone that vaccine policy is economic policy, vaccine policy is trade policy. It's those who have access to vaccines who are doing well. The countries that don't are not doing well. So that's the inequity that we have to solve now globally, and we are not yet doing it well. Unless we solve that problem, we won't be able to even be confident that this growth in trade and all we see will continue. It will not be sustainable. And I think it's morally, practically, and economically unacceptable that we have this kind of inequity of access, and we need to solve it. I just want to say a word that from the point of view of the WTO, what we decided to do is to reach out. I know this is not fashionable, but we're thinking, what are the problems? How do we increase overall production in the world of vaccines? How do we get better distribution? We reached out to the pharmaceutical companies to find out what can we do working with them to help them produce more and distribute more. And we found they have problems with their supply chains. Their supply chains are very complicated, spanning 19 countries, sometimes for Pfizer, AstraZeneca, 12 countries, and export restrictions and prohibitions, from our members of the WTO can just stop a supply chain from working. So we've been working with them saying we will help to monitor what is happening and help to talk to our members so we can stop putting these restrictions and prohibitions as much as we can so supply chains can flow and you can produce more. In return, why don't you work with us so we see you scale up production of these vaccines, invest in emerging markets and developing countries. President Clinton, 80% of vaccine production is concentrated in 10 countries. And we've seen that when push comes to shove, countries can decide to close their borders when they have problems of their own. So we must decentralize production. All of these things are needed in order to solve this inequity of access. Let's do that. If we don't do it, we're going to find poor countries getting poorer, rich countries getting rich, and that's not the world we want.
Let me just basically echo what she just said. Our Clinton Health Access Initiative went to the World Health Organization, and we worked with them to make sure they did better this time than when Ebola hit, and they did. My daughter, who's very outspoken on this, and this is her Chelsea's life is public health, says there are a dozen places around the world right now that could quickly ramp up again producing these vaccines with supply chain access that is much better than we have now. So I think we're going to have to make some hard decisions because I don't believe that even though a lot of wonderful things have been done by the vaccines that have been given away by the United States and others, it's not a sustainable solution. We're going to have more problems like this. We have enormous advances because of the sequencing of the human genome. It's amazing how fast this vaccine was developed and distributed, or it would have killed the COVID many more people. But we've got to democratize and decentralize the production. And I thank you for saying that. President Boksit, let me just ask you a question that's related to this. We all know that COVID has actually had a disparate effect in the United States on small businesses, for example, and in certain regions because of problems with vaccine uptake. So what can we do to bring more of the positive benefits of broadband global trade and the efforts being made to deal with this health crisis to small businesses and in places within the reach of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, for example?
Well, thank you for that question. I really enjoyed this conversation because it's touched on so many important things. Now, when I go around the southeast of the U.S., particularly in smaller towns and in rural areas, the one question they ask me is, what can we do? How can we be more competitive for businesses that are thinking about where to locate? And then I tell them, look, when I talk to businesses, the first thing they say is, if we don't have access and consistent and continuous access to high-speed broadband, you're not going to be in play. That, for so many businesses today, is just basic table stakes. So these discussions around investing in broadband are so critical. Another thing people I don't think realize is that increasingly existing businesses are needing to have high-speed broadband as well. I've gone to a number of farmers and they tell me, so much of our business now is done in technology. And if we don't do that effectively, if we don't have ability to leverage that technology, we're going to fall behind and we're going to be less competitive. So these investments in broadband are critical. And then another thing I would just say on this is that there's a lot of research to suggest that health, and poor health in particular, is a dramatic negative drag on productivity and on economic growth. And as I think about the vaccines and the vaccination situation that we're seeing in this country in terms of take-up, but in other parts of the world in terms of just general access, that has direct implications for the amount of production we're going to have. And I hear a lot about supply chain disruptions. Vaccinations and the lack of access to vaccines is a critical and direct source of a lot of those disruptions. And so as we think about how we're going to move forward and have things play out in a better way, we've got to take care of our technology for sure, but we also have to pay attention to health, because if we don't have a healthy workforce, either in the United States or in other parts of the world, we can't produce the inputs to goods that we all want to have and need if we're going to live with a high quality of life. So both of these are just tremendously critical. And we see this, and I see this a lot as I go around the 6th District of the United States.
Thank you very much. Secretary Raimondo, you said something about childcare when we were talking earlier. There are 7 million women today who were in the workforce and say they would go back, but they can't access childcare. Now, this makes a larger point. We're trying to get an infrastructure bill passed through the Congress. And there are people who say, yeah, let's just do that. This other stuff doesn't matter. But the human resources are the key to every country's economy. So what I'd like to give you a chance to wrap up with is just how can we get maximum economic value equitably? If we don't join other developed countries in making it possible for people to succeed at home and in the workplace. What should we be doing? What are the most important things we should do?
Yeah. The answer to your question is we can't. We won't. We won't be globally competitive unless we make investments in childcare, in pre-K, because it's the only way that women can be productive members of the workforce. I'm going to give you a very concrete, specific example. I was talking recently to a guy who runs a very successful, high-growing software company. And he said that his best engineer was a woman, and he wanted to promote her. More money, bigger job. And she said, I can't do it because I'm struggling to piece together childcare for my kids. So I don't want the promotion, and I might have to go part-time. Now, how can you do it? Yes, we need infrastructure. You need a road to get to work. You need good modern airports to do business travel. You also need childcare to enable you to go to work, be productive, keep down a job. And by the way, the people working in the childcare centers shouldn't be working 50, 60 hours a week and still living in poverty because they make so little. So, President Biden has asked me to take a lead on all things related to competitiveness. What will it take for our economy to be globally competitive? We better pick up our game and start investing more in America and the things that enable our human workforce to work and produce and have the skills they need. And I think we ought to be embarrassed about the fact that we're the only industrialized nation that doesn't provide childcare, and just get to the business of doing it.
Because I'm trying to set up the next panels and the rest of the day, I want to ask the Director General to maybe wrap up our section here by saying we've talked about all these things. I actually believe we could be approaching an explosion of economic opportunity, and we have the responsibility to do it in terms of figuring out how to avoid burning up the planet and destroying our children and grandchildren's futures. And so if you think about getting ready for more population, the equivalent of a New York City being present on Earth, one more New York City every few months for the next 3 or 4 decades. That's an incredible opportunity to do that, and at the same time reduce the emissions that are generated by making things, growing things, using electric power. So how can we make sure that these stresses don't turn into a food fight of desperate people clawing at each other, and instead provide the greatest opportunity for shared prosperity in history? How can we do, what should we be doing now to do that?
Well, thank you, President Clinton. I think what we should be trying to look at is not to juxtapose, to see competition, let's say, between trying to have low carbon emissions development and jobs. We need to see that in every challenge, there's an opportunity. And the question we should be asking ourselves, instead of how terrible this challenge is, for example, climate change, we should be saying, what opportunity does that present us to do things differently, to create new jobs, to use new technology, to encourage our young people, their creativity and their inventiveness, our women. And that's what we need to do if we are going to change the world. When we talk about, the fact that we have renewables, people say, well, if we are starting to phase out of fossil fuels, it will create a problem. And yes, in a transition period, it will. And we have to be cognizant that poor countries or countries that depend on these will need a just transition, time to adjust. But at the same time, we are seeing the price of things like solar panels, wind, and so on get cheaper and cheaper. And so how do we invest in that and create new jobs, different kinds of jobs than what we had before? So I think unless we have to change our mindset, our way of thinking, we have to tap into that technology that we see our young people coming up with and see how we use all of this. How will we feed the world without destroying the world? I feel it can be done. There are ways we can be responsible with agriculture and do it in a way that still lowers carbon emissions and helps us save the planet. Who has to do this? It has to be both public sector, private sector has to do its part, civil society and individuals. It's not any one person or any one sector. If we don't all come together and work on this and think creatively, then we're going to have problems. But guess what? I believe really, I'm an optimist by nature. I believe in the creativity of the human mind. Look at what we did with vaccines, for instance. We can find ways to make sure our young people are gainfully employed and that we build back better, as we say, make it real. We can grow and we can still have a planet that is sustainable.
President Bostic, I don't want to make you the only panelist that didn't get 3 bites at the apple. And I've got one question I want to ask that I think is really important here. Nobody expects the Federal Reserve to do the kinds of things you're trying to do. And I think that's one of the things that we all have to think about. We are all existing in relation to the environment in which we operate. We have obligations to people who may not seem at first blush to be our primary constituents. What can we actually do? And what can you do to close this digital divide in America? You made the case for why we have to do it and how we have to develop the potential of every person. But the reason I'm asking you this is I want everybody who attends all these panels to be asking themselves the same thing. We have spent too much time talking about all the stuff we can't do and how terrible the people who disagree with us are and how we need to, clean up the past. We need to, the three of you are where you are because of the remarkable aspirations you had and the support you got to get there. You just talked about child care and the problem. Somehow the Director General raised 4 children, found herself a neurosurgeon, I think, to marry, and has happy grandchildren. The odds were against her on more than one occasion, but she was aspirational. So we have to have our heads in the right place to have any chance to get this done. So I've talked to a lot of Federal Reserve Board chairmen, and a lot of them were very able people, and a lot of them had a good sense about the economy. I've never seen one as obsessed as you are with things like closing the digital divide. So what can you do about it, and do you need partners?
Well, thank you for that, and I really do appreciate the kind words. Let me just start by saying, for me, the goal is to make sure we have an economy that works for everyone. That in today's world, where there are so many challenges and such difficulty that we have as societies and as communities, we can't afford to have people not giving their all and not getting a chance to give their all, and potentially not sharing their solutions and their innovations that can be the solution for climate change, that can be the solution for vaccine distribution, that can actually be the solution for childcare. You know, we've done a lot of studies recently to show that part of the reason why the labor market is not rebounding as quickly as it might have otherwise is because we have a lot of mothers with young children who don't have answers for what's going to happen to their children and where they're going to be if they have to go work. So they're trying to wait and see what kind of infrastructure and wraparound is going to be there to make a difference. In terms of things to do, I think about this really in 2 ways. Like the big things, so we definitely need to be investing in broadband in ways that Secretary Raimondo and the current administration are talking about. We need to make sure that that children and families, once they have access to the high-speed broadband, have the computers and have the resources to cover the monthly payments. And we need to do all that at grand scale. So that's important. But a second thing that I've really tried to emphasize as I think about where solutions are is that small things matter as well. Like for us in our bank, we've adopted a school and we've tried to make sure that every student has access to a computer. The city of Atlanta more broadly has tried to engage with the private sector to have them step in and fill in the gaps where they might happen. And I know many individuals who have taken it upon themselves to work with their schools to find families that may not have the resources that are available. And let's all come together and make that happen. So to me, I think this is an all hands on deck situation. We have lots of challenges that we need to overcome. And I have to say, I'm an optimist too. I think all of us on this panel are optimists. We wouldn't be doing what we're doing if we didn't have that as part of it. And I have to say, my optimism has not been disappointed in terms of seeing the response of people from so many different communities and so many different walks of life to actually do things to make a difference. And that's been fantastic. And I'm looking forward to that continuing in the weeks, months, and years to come.
Thank you very much. I want to end on an upbeat note because I think that people too often disempower themselves by being just overwhelmed by what they're facing and disappointed by what others do. We should better focus on what we can do to build. And I think the most important thing about this panel is the example that you all present to other people who share your aspirations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Clinton.
Well, thank you.
Now we've got maybe the most important part of the program, the announcement of 2 new commitments. In 2020, the global venture capital industry reached an all-time high of $300 billion. But in spite of this overall growth, there was a 31% decline in VC financing for female founders. Even before 2020, women innovators across all sectors received less than 3% of venture capital, representing an alarming and unacceptable disparity. Despite this, when women startups do get funded, ultimately they deliver higher revenue, more than twice as much per dollar invested. In addition to higher returns on investments, female-founded businesses are more likely to fill their staffs with 2.5 times more women, making them a critical part building a balanced economy. Today, organizations like Beyond the Billion are working to close this investment gap. Their work originally began as a pledge campaign aimed at mobilizing a global consortium of venture funds committed to investing $1 billion in women founders by 2020. In less than a year, Beyond the Billion was able to secure $1 billion in pledges from over 80 funds globally. Now, they're expanding this work to unlock an additional $10 billion in venture capital funds to fuel high-impact, high-growth innovation by women. This will be critical to supporting women-run and led businesses and will help to create a more robust, more inclusive, more vibrant economy. So please, join me in congratulating Beyond the Billion for this important work to help level the playing field for female founders, the funds that invest in them, and all the people who will benefit from their work. Here's our second commitment. Alabama is a state deeply tied to our nation's painful racial history. It was the 5th poorest state in the United States in 2020, with more than 16% of the people living below the federal poverty line. In Birmingham, it's more than 25% of the residents in poverty, with Black Americans being the most common racial or ethnic group living below that poverty line. Nearly 40% of Birmingham's 200,000 residents are entirely disconnected from mainstream banking institutions, lacking access to the necessary tools to invest in themselves and their communities. Due to lack of access to these services, residents can't participate in wealth-creating practices like saving money, building credit, investing funds, purchasing homes, starting businesses. To meet these challenges in Birmingham, Mobility Capital Finance, known as MoCaFi, in partnership with the City of Birmingham and Mastercard, is committing to develop, launch, and manage a financial services infrastructure program to help 50,000 underbanked and unbanked citizens in marginalized communities to gain access to high-quality, low-cost financial services over the next 2 years. Through MoCaFi's financial technology, the City of Birmingham will be able to efficiently and digitally disperse municipal funds for economic recovery and development to individuals and businesses on the MoCaFi platform. This commitment is important because it will provide an on-ramp to the financial mainstream for low to moderate income Birmingham residents. So please, join me in congratulating MoCaFi, Mayor Woodfin, and the City of Birmingham for creating a model of public-private partnership that is geared toward closing the racial wealth gap in Black and Brown communities.
Welcome to the Global Inclusive Growth Summit. I'm Kimberly Adams of Marketplace from American Public Media. I'll be your host throughout this exciting day. If you just watched our opening segment with leaders from the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth and the Aspen Institute, you know the mission is a bold one: to create an economy that works for everyone, everywhere and that enables growth in a sustainable way. Thank you, Ajay Banga and President Clinton, for getting us started. We have a day's worth of inspiring sessions and brilliant innovators, and some big announcements too, as leaders from around the world take the stage to share their plans for progress. Vice President Kamala Harris will close the day with her thoughts on inclusive growth, so don't miss it. Our first topic for the day is sustainability and the interdependence between people, prosperity, and the planet. The world has gone through something of a reckoning on many fronts. The global pandemic showed us at our best and also at our worst. We created vaccines in record time, but we've fallen short in distributing them equitably. We made important declarations in support of climate action, but we are still moving far too slowly to meet the goals we've set. And while we've had success promoting ESG investments, we're seeing uneven returns between financial and social capital. In this first plenary, we're going to talk about the systemic drivers of the global economy right now: climate, capitalism, and community. As many of us strive for sustainable growth that includes everyone on Earth, how can the planet be a part of our planning? The leaders we'll hear from are working on answering that question. We'll hear from the White House's top economic advisor, Brian Deese. We'll get notes from the field with Miami Mayor Frances Suarez, and hear about consumer choice and climate action with Unilever's Alan Jope. We'll also hear from Gene Case of the Case Foundation about how businesses are transforming to optimize inclusive growth.
I'm Melissa Carney. I'm director of the Aspen Economic Strategy Group and a professor of economics at the University of Maryland. And I'm here with Brian Deese, who is director of the National Economic Council of the Biden administration. It's good to be with you, Brian. We're going to talk about a couple issues related to the theme of this summit, which of course is to have global leaders converge around ideas and actions to promote more inclusive growth. So I'd like to start by asking you what that term inclusive growth means. It could mean a lot of different things to different people. And as director of the National Economic Council, how are you and your team thinking about this? What does inclusive growth mean to the Biden administration? And what are the key policies that will be necessary to get us to a more inclusive capitalist system in the U.S.?
Well, thanks, Melissa, and it's great to be part of this conversation. Inclusive growth is big, and it can mean a lot of things, but really, in a sense, it captures how we're thinking about our entire approach to economic policy. President Biden often talks about growing the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And in a sense, that's his very plain-spoken way of describing our aspiration for economic policy, which is to provide dignity and opportunity for working Americans across the country, particularly those who have had less voice or less economic opportunity in the past. And so on the how, it's really about a couple of things. First, we inherited an economic crisis. We're still living through a pandemic crisis, and we have to take immediate actions commensurate with that. I think you've seen in the speed and the strength of our economic and labor market recovery, different from prior crises, some of that in action. But also, we have failed as a country to make the kinds of public investments that we know drive more shared growth, whether that's in our physical and research infrastructure or in our human capital, our children and our families. And so the investment agenda, the long-term investment agenda that we are pursuing, is designed to build that more inclusive growth for the long term.
How is the administration's approach to climate policy related? How does it interact with or intersect with your more direct policy pushes on the inclusive growth front?
One of the things that we have tried to do from early on in this administration is recognize that the climate crisis and our economic crisis are intimately related, and you can't have a viable economic strategy without grappling with both the impacts of climate change and also the need to mitigate those impacts going forward. And so when you do that, I think one place to start is that sort of inclusive growth is you need to solve climate change in order to have an inclusive growth strategy, in part because the impacts of climate change are deeply regressive. Lower income Americans, and this is true both within country, within the United States, but internationally as well, but lower income Americans disproportionately bear the burden of the impact of extreme weather events, of air pollution, both localized air pollution and nationally. And at the same time, viably solving climate change through new innovation and building new job opportunities in the United States also creates new opportunities, particularly for communities that have been disproportionately negatively impacted in the past. So we see it as both, leaving climate change unmitigated would actually drive less shared growth. You could have for a short period of time, you could drive fast growth, but the negative impacts of climate change would increasingly impact inequality. But by integrating climate into an economic strategy, we think that that's actually one of the best ways to have more sustainable growth over the long term.
Brian, the climate crisis is clearly a global crisis, and addressing it in a meaningful way is going to require global engagement and global cooperation. How is the Biden administration thinking about engaging with our international partners on this and restoring our national leadership on the global stage?
Well, this is an issue that can only be solved globally. And so the question is as important as anything. Our strategy has been pretty straightforward. The first is we have to reestablish the United States as a committed actor on ambitious climate action. We've lost that position over the last several years, and we've lost time and lost ground as a result. So by re-entering the Paris Agreement, bringing the countries of the world together, demonstrating our willingness to collaborate, but also demonstrating our own ability to move domestically. That is most importantly step one. And so our entire domestic agenda, the investments that we are pursuing now in our physical infrastructure, in our resilience, and in driving our power sector, our transportation sector toward the president's climate goals are critical to giving ourselves a credible platform to engage internationally. The second step is we have to step up to our commitments to provide the financing at scale to help countries around the world speed the transition to lower carbon solutions, not just in the production of energy, but in transportation and agriculture and other large systems that are going to need to transform towards zero carbon solutions. The president just a couple of weeks ago announced a commitment to double international climate finance to $11 billion annually. That puts us on a pathway to meet the commitment in the Paris Agreement to $100 billion in public and private capital. But the truth is we're going to need trillions of dollars. The good news is we're pushing the rock down the hill because the market is increasingly rewarding lower carbon, more sustainable solutions. But the United States being in the game with creative financing tools to help countries move is step two. And then step three is the diplomatic push that Secretary Kerry and the president are leading to try to once again bring the countries of the world together to increase their ambition, increase collectively their ambition. At the end of the day, I spent a lot of time working to try to put the Paris Agreement together in 2015. And at the end of the day, what has changed most significantly is that the economic opportunity and the economic dividend of actually leading in clean energy solutions, clean energy industries is enormous. I think countries now see that. So the United States playing a role as a constructive actor, but being very clear, we're doing this in our own self-interest because building the clean energy capabilities of the future here in the United States will be good for American workers. We can export those opportunities, those innovations as well.
So I have one last question for you on leadership. This is a summit of global leaders. The public's trust in elected leaders, in our institutions, in our nation's experts, it's at a low. One exception to this might be the private sector that really came through for us in many ways during the pandemic of the past year. As someone, sitting in a really important position of leadership, what do you think it's going to take to restore public trust in our nation's leaders and our nation's leading institutions?
Well, first and foremost, a commitment to governing focused on science and facts and competence. I think that you mentioned the pandemic, and I think that if one thing that can come out of this awful pandemic and all of the human and economic pain and toil that it has caused is an understanding, certainly in the United States, of just how important competent government actually can be. That those shots in arms, the innovation that went into the vaccine, the ability to distribute and make vaccinations free and widely available, even as we work to get more people vaccinated, that process was government operating in partnership with the private sector to serve a basic goal to try to help keep people safe. And similarly, in terms of the economic strategy of providing people a little bit of breathing room, helping go through a crisis like this while avoiding significant increases in poverty. In fact, we're going to see child poverty cut by almost half this year as we come out of a crisis. Our ability to demonstrate in tangible ways that government can make an impact on people's lives. I think that that's the best shot that we have. But I will say, Melissa, and to all the leaders around the world, we in the United States face an inflection point. We need to demonstrate that our democracy can actually deliver for the people of this country, and that our democracy can actually deliver for the people of the world. And we understand that those are the stakes. And it is hard in an environment, a fractured media environment, an environment where people are divided. But certainly that is the sort of core of what President Biden is trying to accomplish both domestically and internationally, is that basic trust that government can be a positive force for good. I think we have a lot of opportunity coming out of this crisis, a lot of challenge as well, but it's what animates a lot of the work that we do on a daily basis.
Terrific. Well, thank you for being with us, and thank you for your continued public service.
Thank you, Melissa.
Good morning and welcome to Miami. This is Miami Mayor Francis Suarez, and this is the new Miami. Miami is a city of the future because it is a city of dreams, of vision, and of innovation. Right here, we have moved beyond the divisions of the past to embrace the opportunities of the future. We know that building a Miami forever means building a Miami for everyone. From our policies and programs to our future projects and new investments in people. And Miami has done just that. We have significantly slashed poverty and inequality since 2003. In 2002, Miami was the largest poor city in America and one of its most unequal. Today, we've slashed poverty in half, from 40% to 20%, and now we're 105th in inequality. We have invested in projects like Venture Miami, which has turbocharged Miami's growth in generating the new and high-paying jobs of the future. Moreover, we know that it's no longer about the environment versus the economy. In Miami, the environment is the economy. In 2017, our residents voted to approve the $400 million Miami Forever bond, $200 million of which will go directly towards climate adaptation solutions. And we have not stood back. We have surged forward, from climate resilience to tech investment. As we overcome the COVID-19 pandemic, our long-term recovery strategy aims to support Miami businesses through policies and programs that will advance our transition to a clean energy economy. Just a few months ago, the city's Resilience Office released the Stormwater Master Plan, which contains a 20-year plan on how to manage our stormwater capture capacity. It will serve as a blueprint for infrastructure investment. We've also made changes to our waterfront infrastructure standards, such as increasing minimum seawall heights, which will ensure that our public spaces, our public safety, and our public infrastructure are well protected and prepared for any emergency. We also know that harnessing nature and the natural environment is the most effective form of climate resilience. That is why we've taken ecologically friendly measures as well. A fully grown tree can absorb 100 gallons of water per day, serving as a natural flood mitigation investment while generating oxygen at the same time. And that is why we've planted roughly 4,000 trees in the past year, creating both a source of flood mitigation, clean air, and climate protection. Even here in Miami, we have seen the real and dangerous impact of climate change. Over the summer, we witnessed one of the most devastating fish kills in the history of Biscayne Bay. That is why we are preparing a $260,000 contract to protect our 1,000 inlets from carrying any sediment or runoff into our bay by placing cover filters over storm drains. But climate resilience does not stop at infrastructure. It must be embedded in our codes, our policies, and our laws. After Hurricane Andrew, we made Miami the most wind resilient city on the planet. Now, we're going to make Miami the most water resilient city on the planet. This is why the city of Miami passed a resolution to commit to carbon neutrality by 2050. In order to reach that long-term goal, we're developing a greenhouse gas reduction plan called Miami Forever Carbon Neutral that details the actions the city and other key stakeholders need to take. This involves transforming the future of transportation by getting our residents and visitors out of single occupancy vehicles, leading on electric vehicle infrastructure, bolstering our existing energy efficiency, and creating a green economy focused on job creation that will position Miami to be a global leader over the next century. We also plan to implement BE 305, an energy and water benchmarking and maintenance ordinance for public and private buildings 20,000 square feet or larger. BE 305 will provide building owners and operators with the tools to assess their building's efficiency and give tenants a way to compare the places they potentially want to live or work. But we cannot stop at ensuring clean air and clean water. We must address the surge in heat by embracing carbon neutrality. One of the initial measures of the Miami Forever Climate Plan is to map urban heat islands and plant trees there or take other measures to make them cooler. We are neither a city nor a nation of half measures or small ideas. Now is the time to act, and now is the time to lead. I wish you my personal best and look forward to joining you in person soon.
In India, the informal sector is absolutely invisible. It's like a one-way mirror. They're building buildings for you, they're cleaning up the roads for you, but you don't see them. They're not seen as economically contributing members of the society. How do we make the voice of the informal sector heard? Can we demonstrate that the workers matter?
Acumen has been working in India for the past 2 decades and has invested $30 million into early-stage enterprises in the country, seeding and accompanying entrepreneurs that center on people and planet. This has helped to move 24 million people in India out of poverty. But despite 3 decades of economic growth, over 500 million Indians continue to live below the poverty line. The effects of climate change, resource depletion, urbanization, and pollution are further exacerbating problems for the informal migrant workforce. You heard from Gayatri Vasudevan, CEO of LaborNet, one of Acumen's investees that provides vocational training to improve opportunities for individuals in India's informal workforce. In order to break the cycle of poverty, one of Acumen's priorities over the next 5 years will be to create more equitable opportunities for India's informal workforce while supporting social enterprises committed to driving sustainable and inclusive economic growth in India. Acumen commits $5 million to accelerate and invest in early-stage companies that can create economic stability for informal workers in India, making them more resilient to economic and climate shocks. We're thrilled to have the support of the Target Foundation to support companies that can address the needs of India's informal workforce and mitigate the negative impacts of climate change. We will additionally aim to share the insights generated through this work for the benefit of the whole sector.
LaborNet is a model which India can take forward. Society has to change. And I think LaborNet's journey, both as a company and as its vision, is to make this change. Investment in these people is for the good of the country. It's for the good of the economy. Each one of the workers has to see themselves as being counted. If that happens, the country will transform.
As interests in workforce development and climate mitigation strategies grow, Acumen would like to invite additional stakeholders to join this initiative and support our work in the region by helping us reach our commitment to positively impact 10,000 lives through our $5 million commitment goal. In the spirit of collaboration and putting people and the planet first, we hope to leverage our collective resources through this program and create greener and more equitable growth in India in partnership with others who share these goals.
Hi, this is Leslie Kaufman. I'm a senior climate change reporter for Bloomberg News. I'm so happy to be here today at the Global Inclusive Growth Summit, talking on a very important topic, which is how to influence consumer behavior to address an important topic, which is climate change. Today, our guests include Katie Milkman. She is a professor of operations, information, and decisions at the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania and the author of How to Change. She's advised organizations, including Google, the White House, the U.S. Department of Defense, on how to spur positive change. And who to better understand consumers than our other guest today? That's Alan Jope. He is the CEO of Unilever, the consumer goods giant. They serve billions of people every day. Prior to this, he was president of the company's beauty and personal care division and held leadership roles in North America and Asia. He is also an executive committee member of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. I think I'd like to also note that Unilever has committed to achieving a deforestation-free supply chain by 2023. That means that by the end of 2023, their raw materials will come from places that are verified as deforestation-free. So as we get ready to talk about consumers, and we're going to talk about them a lot today, I want to first ask both of you about the responsibility of corporations to lead on this issue. After all, they're far more knowledgeable about the destructive cause of their supply chains than their consumers. So how much are they responsible for making changes and educating their consumers on the changes? And then we'll get to the consumers. Alan, should we start with you and then get to Katie?
Sure. Well, first of all, Leslie, thank you very much for hosting us. Let me get straight into it. Our view is that the world faces three great challenges: the climate emergency, the destruction of nature, and the growth in inequality in the world. And none of those are a good place for business. A world that's 3 degrees warmer or 4 degrees warmer than pre-industrial levels is catastrophic for our business. And Unilever can only be a healthy company if we're living and doing business in healthy societies and on a healthy planet. So we have thrown out our old business strategy and our old sustainability strategy and created one new integrated business and sustainability strategy. We've set ambitious business goals and ambitious sustainability goals. So you mentioned deforestation free by 2023, which is just around the corner. But we have very ambitious net zero goals, scope 1 and 2 by 2030 and full scope by 2039. We've got water stewardship programs. We've got commitments on 100% sustainable sourcing of many of our materials. I'll just say one word on how we think about our model of change. The first is to get our own house in order. So I've given a few examples, but we've committed to halving food waste in our operations, levels of recycled plastic, 100% electrical vehicles, things that are under our balanced gender in our management, things in our own control. Then we look at our value chain, all of our suppliers principally, and we're now asking all of our suppliers to comply with our regenerative agriculture principles as part of tackling these big issues of climate, nature, and inequality. But our biggest impact comes actually through our brands and our products, where the products themselves can be improved through things like concentration, compaction. We're moving our products away from fossil fuel-derived carbon to renewable and recycled sources of carbon. We're trying to sell more plant-based proteins to replace dairy and meat. And our brands can speak up, like our brand Dove, which is the biggest brand in the company, is doing quite a lot on girls' self-esteem. And then finally, so having got our own operations in order, work on our value chain, use our brands as a force for good, the outermost layer is what we do on advocacy and the action that we take in wider society, working with business, working with government, working with regulators, working with NGOs, and of course, working with academics like Katie.
Well, Katie, how about this? Should corporations are they doing enough to lead, and do they have a responsibility to lead on this issue?
Yeah, it's a great question. I absolutely think that corporations have a responsibility here, but I also think that governments have a huge responsibility here. And one of the reasons that corporations are having to lead is because governments aren't doing enough. Consumers have a responsibility as well. We have a responsibility to vote and also to live our lives in ways that support sustainability goals and to spend our money with companies that are producing products and showing values that are aligned with the long-term goals that are so important. So it's not just up to corporations. If it were, I think we'd be in trouble because not all are acting as responsibly as Unilever. But I do think corporations can help. We need everybody chipping in to make this climate crisis turn out in a way that isn't catastrophic.
So let's talk about consumers now. How much do they care about these issues, particularly climate change? And does that show up in any meaningful way in how they buy products?
Absolutely. So consumers make value-based judgments when they buy a lot of products. And so if they know a brand is aligned with their identity, they're more interested in buying from that brand. It's particularly important when they're buying products that are visible to others, right? The shoes we buy, the clothing we wear, the cars we drive, those are signals to other people about what we value and our identity. And we care particularly about those products, again, because they're visible to other people and they make a statement. But we care in all of the products that we buy that we're not contributing to evil. It's important for consumers to know what companies are doing and what their values are and what investments they're making, though, because if they don't know, they won't necessarily make purchases that are based on these decisions. So that could be the responsibility of the organization to highlight when they're making great decisions. But there's also a role for different groups to come in and educate consumers about that.
And Alan, do you find that when consumers say they care about the climate change, that actually aligns with their actions? I mean, do we have statistics to show that that it shows up in their purchases?
So, Leslie, let me be explicit about what everyone already knows, which is businesses like Unilever are not a charity. We're not an NGO. We're in business to look after all the stakeholders. My priority actually begins with our employees, but I have a fiduciary responsibility to our shareholders. So we have to generate attractive financial returns. We are not a charity. And our actions are taken in enlightened self-interest. And absolutely, we're seeing a change in consumer sentiment and behavior. I think 2021 actually is a tipping point. Not just because of the pandemic, but it's just more evident than ever that cities are underwater, continents are reaching record temperatures and melting in some cases. And large parts of Europe and Western United States are literally on fire. So it's very the climate emergency has gone from an abstract thing to a very tangible thing. And there's many, many surveys. There's the one that Deloitte did that showed 2/3 of people are now already limiting their use of single-use plastic. 43% of consumers are choosing brands that talk about their environmentally sustainable practices. 36% are reducing. It's not that we'll all become vegan or vegetarian overnight, but people are just adjusting a little bit to more plant-based diets. And we're certainly seeing that in our business. I'll give you 2 examples. We measure our brands on how the consumer sees them in regards to their responsible behavior for society or planet. And our brands, which index highly on being seen as responsible for either the planet or society, are growing twice as fast as the rest of our portfolio. And then maybe more interestingly, we see a generational effect. There's a cohort effect where baby boomers don't change their behavior. Now, of course, for every generalization, there's exception, but at a macro level, baby boomers do not change their behavior to make responsible purchasing behaviors. My generation, Gen X, are even worse. We say we do, but in fact don't. Then Gen X, it's a very big driver of millennials. It's a big driver of the behavior. But Gen Z, it's almost the only thing driving brand choice is the conduct of the brand or the company behind the brand. So frankly, it's a matter of survival for companies to start to take serious action on these matters that young people really care about.
Well, Katie, what about these Gen Xers or maybe the baby boomers, the Gen Xers, let's start, people who say they have these values but then don't actually act on them? What are some of the obstacles they might face? Like, why aren't they doing it? And since you've actually written the book on how to change, how do we change these people so that they do make responsible decisions?
One of the biggest challenges when it comes to the climate crisis is that a fundamental feature of human behavior is that we all exhibit something called present bias. And present bias means that even though we know potentially, in some cases, what the long-term goals are that we want to achieve, we've established our values, we care, say, about the climate, we often overweight the instant gratification or the instant value we'll get from our choices relative to the long run returns. And what that means is we reach for the most convenient option in the moment. Whether there's a plastic straw or a paper one available, we may not pay that much attention in the heat of the moment, right? We may decide we want to take the most convenient route to work as opposed to thinking about our the carbon footprint that we're making. And when we're trying to buy a nice, attractive outfit, we might look for the one that's going to be on sale as opposed to the one that's going to be best for the world. So even though we have these long-term goals, often present bias leads us not to behave in ways that are aligned with those long-term goals. So how do we fix that is a really important question. I think one thing that we can do is, as consumers, set goals for ourselves that are really clear and make plans about how we're going to follow through. There's a lot of research suggesting that when you have clearer goals and you do that long-term thinking in advance, then when you find yourself in the heat of the moment, faced with a choice, you're more likely to actually do what's in your long-term best interest because you've considered it, you've planned ahead, and you're not caught like a deer in the headlights. Another thing that we can do is actually try to make it more fun to pursue those long-term goals. This is something that brands can do for us, and many are doing, by the way, but we can look for ways to do it as well. As long as we can make it more enjoyable in the moment to do what's right and look for green options that will actually, not only add value in the long run, but that will make us satisfied in the short run. And that can mean thinking about your diet, right? If you want to eat less meat, then looking for diet alternatives that you actually really enjoy, not just things that are sinless, is super important in order to make sure that you'll persist. Because if you don't enjoy it in the moment, if there isn't reward right now, unfortunately, even though we know what we value, we often make the wrong decision.
Let me just agree with what Katie's saying, which is it's really important to avoid trade-off thinking. So I get a question a lot, what about sustainability versus profit? The minute we get into that false dichotomy, we are absolutely doomed. We've got to see sustainable business as a pathway to better profitability. Well, it's the same for brand choices. Let me give you a couple of examples. Have you tried using laundry detergent capsules? They usually come in a plastic tub or a plastic bag. Now, these little capsules, they sweat. And when they're contained in a plastic bag or a plastic tub, that sweat causes them to kind of stick together. And we've been able to develop, it's as simple as it's a cardboard box instead of a plastic tub. That not only is it lower cost for us, so it's financially attractive, not only is it far better for the environment because it's easily recycled and has a far lower carbon footprint, it generates a better product experience for the consumer because those laundry detergent capsules can breathe and you don't get that buildup of sweat. So you have a higher quality product for the consumer. They feel better about their choice because it's a sustainable piece of packaging. And frankly, we make a better margin. And I could rattle off tons of examples of that. Our vegan Hellmann's mayonnaise or our vegan Magnum ice creams are preferred for their taste. They're better margin for us, and everyone knows they're better for health and better for the planet.
Well, all of you, thank you so much for this. This was an incredibly enlightening conversation, and I really appreciate your all being with us. I'm Leslie Kaufman from Bloomberg. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Joanne Jenkins, CEO of AARP. Global life expectancy rose by 5 years between 2000 and 2015, the fastest increase since the 1960s. According to the World Economic Forum, the population over 65 will increase from 600 million today to 2.1 billion in 2050. Global aging is one of the greatest opportunities of our lifetime. It is a key driver of economic growth, innovation, and new value creation. It is also changing the composition of the workforce. As people live longer, they also want or need to work longer. As a result, the 5-generation workforce is an emerging reality. Our global employer survey of roughly 6,000 employers across 36 OECD nations found that 83% of global executives recognize that a multi-generational workforce is key to business growth and success. Yet 53% of the global executives we surveyed do not include age in a diversity and inclusion policy. This exclusion, along with continued age discrimination and bias, has had financially significant consequences. We found that discrimination against workers over age 50 cost the U.S. economy $850 billion in 2018. And here's a best-kept secret. Inclusive workplaces are good for individuals and great for business. Studies show that workplace diversity can strengthen business resilience, increase productivity, unlock a broader set of market opportunities, provide more worker satisfaction, and spark innovation. In this new world of work, helping employers embrace an age-diverse workforce is a tremendous opportunity and requires deliberate action. To unlock this opportunity and accelerate the pace of change, AARP joined with OECD and the World Economic Forum to establish a learning collaborative called Living, Learning, and Earning Longer. As part of this collaborative, we created the Growing with Age digital platform. This free interactive platform helps employers understand the rationale for embracing longevity, along with the policies and practices to do so. We currently have 54 member companies in the collaborative. We are committed to expanding the collaborative to 100 global companies by December 2022 and strengthening collaboration with existing members to build, support, and sustain multi-generational workforces while reducing age bias in the workplace. Employers interested in applying to join the Living, Learning, and Earning Longer collaborative can learn more at aarp.org/growingwithage. Thank you.
My name is Gabby Sulzberger, and I have the pleasure of moderating what I know is going to be a terrific conversation. Our panel is on transforming business towards more inclusive growth, and I have two incredible panelists. The first is Latha Reddy, who's a Senior Vice President of Inclusive Solutions at Prudential Financial and is Chair of the Prudential Foundation. In her roles, Latha harnesses the power of capital markets to drive financial and social mobility. Our other panelist is Jean Case, who is chair of the National Geographic Society and CEO of Case Impact Network, which she founded in 2020 to expand efforts to drive inclusive capitalism. So I'm going to start with a question for both of you that hopefully kind of sets the stage for this conversation. Though inclusive growth has long been a stated goal of government and institutions, there were doubts that it could be achieved within our current systems. Then COVID-19 exposed an economic reality that was leaving too many behind and putting our planet at risk in the process. Coming out of COVID-19, knock on wood, and given where we are at the moment economically, what is the role that you each see in moving us towards inclusive growth? And maybe I'll start with Jean.
Sure. Well, thanks, Gabriel. It's a real pleasure to be here with both you and Latha. I think it's a time of opportunity and challenge. I think, one of the things that we think about when we think about inclusive growth is really the movement that it's gone through, where not only is it good business, but it's good for business today. And the overwhelming data that's emerging that shows that diverse teams outperform, right? They outperform not only financially, but even in terms of being innovative. So, there's a lot of reasons to be concerned, particularly as we learn some of the data around women. It's been reported lately that as many as 3.5 million have left the workforce during COVID. And we know that women overall, working women, contribute about 8 trillion to our GDP. So McKinsey called it an emergency for corporate America. So I think there's just lots to unpack here.
I look forward to doing that with you through this conversation. Latha, your thoughts?
Sure. So I will just add, it's also great to be here with both of you to have this really important conversation. As I think about the role of business and certainly companies like Prudential's in driving inclusive growth, I think it's about every decision we make every day. And that is both the simplicity and the complexity of what we're talking about. And, I think about it in probably 3 major areas. So it's first of all, for us as employers and making sure that we are behaving as high road employers and taking care of our employees and making sure that we're offering quality jobs with robust benefits. And we have policies and practices to support that. It's also about how we go to market and making sure that we're going to market inclusively. And, the first part of what I described, making sure that we're taking care of our employees, right, is a huge dependency in terms of how we show up in the market and having the competencies and the diversity of thinking to bring to bear on that. And then the last part, I think, is in addition to going to market in a way that addresses societal issues, and we can talk about this, and I think we should, it's really about additional ways to engage in societal issues as well. So philanthropy is an important critical resource, always has been, especially in times of crisis and crises like what we saw over the last 18 months or so. But also how we engage in public policy and how we use our voice in different ways. And so I think those are all critical dimensions to driving growth, inclusive growth.
Well, great, Latha. I'd love to follow up a little bit, on you've outlined these 3 kind of broad areas in which companies and organizations, can think about and kind of a framework really for thinking about inclusive growth. Can you talk a little bit more specifically at Prudential about how you have been embedding inclusive economic growth, both into the business as well as how you have been engaging leaders within the business to do the work?
So we've been at this for a while in a very concerted way. So I'd say over the last 6 or so years, it's been a bit of a bottoms-up approach and working with business leaders, individual leaders across the company who share this passion for engaging in societal issues through our business and bringing all of our resources to bear. So it's everything from our philanthropy or impact investing to our core business capabilities, such as manufacturing products. And the way that can manifest or has manifested is, I'll just give a few examples. One is around creating new distribution capabilities for the company in a way that addresses the needs of communities that have been underserved. So we partnered with a nonprofit to provide financial education and awareness to members of Black churches. And so this entity that we partnered with, D3, is partnering with these very trusted, right, incredible sources of information in the Black community. And so it's an opportunity to create pathways for financial education, and also pathways for people to access financial professionals if they choose to. So that's one example. I think, another around product development. So we all know the statistics around Americans and the lack of savings for financial emergencies, right? Almost 60% of Americans do not have $400 in cash. And so we've created a major emergency savings feature in addition to our 401 in-plan offering for our employer clients. And so long story short, it's a way for employees of these clients to save alongside their retirement plans, but in a way that enables them to take out the cash without taking it out from their 401k, which we know has negative compounding impacts for people. So it's been things like that we've been engaged in. But what we're doing now is stepping back and trying to take more of a top-down approach, I would say, which is looking at the really big, significant financial challenges of our time, such as the racial wealth gap, how we can, again, come together across the enterprise to address that challenge, but in a way that's more holistic and really marshals all of Prudential's expertise.
Yeah, Gabriel, I would just pick up on that and say, so I think we're seeing progress in corporate America. We're not there by any stretch of the imagination, but some of the things Latha just talked about, companies really are thinking about. But we also have what I call a little bit of a pipeline issue, because every big company today started as a startup. And so I think it's really important to look across, the startup ecosystem and at entrepreneurs and ask, where's that capital going? How are they being supported? And I have to tell you, the data there is a little bit dire, even though I believe there's lots of sort of reasons for hope today, let's call it. So, last year in venture capital, only 2.2% of venture capital went to women-led only firms. I mean, come on. It's like, the new millennium, and we're talking about 98% of the capital still going to men. The combination of Black and Latinx founders only received 2.4%. So, we really have a lot of work to do there. But the encouraging thing to me is that I am seeing new capital flowing that way, lots of new activities. There were 275 new venture capital funds started by women. We have a number of different accelerators and incubators that are focused on both all three, Black, Latinx, and women in terms of entrepreneurs. Things like Hello Alice, which has a couple 100,000 entrepreneurs that are part of their network. Digital Undivided in Atlanta, specifically focused on women of color that are entrepreneurs. Goldman Sachs has their $10 billion of investment going to new firms led by Black women, with the goal of 1 million Black women that they'll stand behind. And, if you look at what NASDAQ and Goldman have done, they've said, look, we're not going to list a company unless you have a woman on your board. And at one level you go, well, what's one woman on the board? But I think there's plenty of data to show us that women and people of color on a board, any form of board diversity, we see that then have a viral effect throughout the organization and sometimes even into the supply chain.
Let me shift gears a little bit. There's a generational shift in the way that both investors and consumers, like Next Gen, for example, they think differently about how they do business that's in line with their values. How is that trend impacting the market and the work that you are both doing with regard to inclusive economic growth?
Sure. Well, we have a newsletter out there called For What It's Worth, FWIW, and its specific mission is to really bring confidence and knowledge to next generation investors. And interestingly enough, we found women really drawn to it as well. What we see in next gen investors and with female investors is they have moved from conscious consumers to very conscious investors. And, they're very interested in the topic we're talking about today. They're equally interested in sustainability, but particularly with Next Gen, Gabriel, what we see is a level of activity and investing much younger and at a much higher rate, both Gen Z and millennials, than the generations that came before them. And, that's good news if they get it right. But what we need to make sure we're doing is arming them with how to tell what is greenwashing, how to look for the data in the companies you want to invest in to make sure they really are aligning their values and their investing together and sort of, techniques and tools to help them do just that.
So I would pick up on that, Jean, on the ensuring that it's not, greenwashing, or right, that it's what companies are saying they're doing is real and deep and substantive. And that's what we're trying to do, is demonstrate, right, and live those values every day. Because, as you said, investors are asking the question, right? Certainly, the governance crowd and the index funds and folks, folks who are voting their proxies are paying attention to this. And so, by necessity, we do too. And as importantly, if we want to compete for top talent that's coming up right through the workforce now, and we don't lose them to the startups that Jean talked about and the disruptors, right? We know that we need to be authentic about this, because you're absolutely right. The younger generations are looking for this. They're looking for companies that are doing it through their core business strategy, not as a parallel philanthropic strategy, but that are actually taking these issues head on through the business that they're in.
Latha, could you just spend a minute telling us a little bit more about the Aspen partnership renewal?
Prudential is really excited and pleased to have renewed our partnership with the Aspen Institute, which is based on over a decade of working together collaboratively to reconnect conversations around work and wealth. And so this extension of our partnership, the renewal, will take this work even further and really focus on equity in all of this. And again, this concept of inclusive growth. So really pleased to continue the partnership.
Well, as we think about emerging opportunities, kind of this post-COVID world, emerging opportunities for leaders who are looking for opportunities to shape the environment and to take meaningful action, as we close, what would you each say to these business leaders who are trying to figure this out? What are some of the near-term opportunities for these businesses to make real impact? And maybe, Latha, this time I'll start with you.
Sure. I mean, I think some of the most impactful things are actually within closest reach. So again, as I said, right, it's about beginning from within our own four walls, and making sure that we're taking care of our own, and that we are creating cultures and environments that are fully inclusive, where people feel safe and feel like they belong. And, so I think it begins with culture and ends with culture too, right? Because that will eat, as they say, eat your strategy for lunch. Mm-hmm. But it's, then it's about how are you creating those integrated business strategies that are looking at the societal issues that are going to impact your business if you're really in it for the long term. And again, that's applicable whether you're big, small, legacy, or startup, right? Going at it that way. And then it's looking to see if you're really holding yourselves accountable and others, right? Accountable in your organization. So that, as Jean said, is not just window dressing, right? And you're really doing this in meaningful ways. And then it's about being transparent. So how are we shining a light on what we're doing, what we're learning? Even if it's not working, let's fail fast and then move on and pivot to something that is working.
Yeah, I want to sort of second Latha's important point about, look, every leader is thinking about how they attract and retain best-in-class talent. At the end of the day, I think business is a lot of battle for talent, right? And sometimes I think we can get all caught up in really complicated things, but I think there's some simple things here, and one is that it starts with intentionality. And while that sounds really simple, I think without the intentionality being really sincere and really playing out from the top down within an organization, that's where we see big change. But I must tell you, in my role as chair at National Geographic, when I took over several years ago, I looked at our Explorer class. We bring them to our campus once a year, and 80% of them were men. And yet it was like, that doesn't really feel like the world to me. And if we're telling the stories of the world, we have to change that. Similarly, our board wasn't terribly diverse. You fast forward the tape with that intentionality and an organization that really embraced it. Today our our Explorer ranks are 50-50. Technically this year it's 51% women. And our board, I'll take it against any board out there in terms of its level of diversity. So it's really just in many cases, a case of committing yourselves to it with real intentionality and follow through.
Right. Well, I agree. So I think we're at the end of our time. I really want to thank you both for your great insights and observations, and also, as importantly, for all the work that you are doing to make a difference in your organizations and in making our economies more inclusive. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Great to be with you.
Hi, I'm Alexis Ettinger. I'm proud to be representing Mastercard's partnership with the Aspen Global Leadership Network, a community of 3,500 values-based leaders from around the world. It's my honor to have the opportunity to announce here today the 3 winners of the 2021 Global Inclusive Growth Spark Grants. Spark Grants is an annual prize to recognize the most impactful work of Aspen Global leaders who are advancing equitable economic growth and offering innovative solutions for a more inclusive future. Our 2021 recipients include, first, from Nigeria, Takumbo Ishmael with Yellow Cowries, which supports unbanked Nigerians and small business owners with financial literacy tools to manage both personal and business finances through a gamified peer learning curriculum. Next, from the United States, Aaron Walker and Camelback Ventures for their cohort-based program, the Capital Collaborative, which supports senior white leaders from grant-making and impact investing institutions ready to critically examine and deepen their and their organization's commitment to racial equity in order to increase capital for entrepreneurs of color and women. And finally, Margaret Lapise of Under One Roof and the Be Bold Initiative, who is mobilizing a community's collective vision for a more equitable, healthy, and economically prosperous future through cross-sector collaboration, system redesign, and infrastructure investment throughout the Pajaro Valley in California. We are thrilled to support these high-impact ventures and invite you to learn more about their incredible work online at aspeninstitute.org. Congratulations to the winners.
Thank you all for engaging in our first plenary. Next, we invite you to join our Innovations for Inclusion demonstrations, where you can explore tools and solutions that can enable access to the digital economy. These short presentations begin at 11:30 Eastern, and you can find them by clicking on the Demos tab at the top of your page. Afterwards, we'll talk about financial security with leaders like Queen Maxima of the Netherlands and Senator Chris Coons in our second big session of the day. That begins at 11:45 Eastern. Welcome back. Let's start our next session with what we know about financial security. We know that when people save and accrue assets, they move up the economic ladder. That's true within an individual's lifetime and across generations. We also know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, work has changed, and many small businesses have floundered or failed. Global poverty, for the first time in 20 years, is on the rise. We know the time to act is now. The government, business, and organizational leaders joining us during the next hour come from all over the world and have made commitments to work together to achieve sustainable, inclusive growth.
Thanks for tuning into this segment of the Global Inclusive Growth Summit on setting the global agenda for financial security. My name's Ida Rademacher. I'm a vice president at the Aspen Institute, and I lead our financial security program. I also co-chair the Aspen Partnership for an Inclusive Economy. One of the animating ideas behind this session that helped us select our speaker lineup for today is that financial inclusion and financial security at the household level is foundational to creating a strong, sustainable, and resilient economy. An inclusive financial system represents a really powerful economic tool. Research from the International Monetary Fund has shown a 2 to 3 percentage point GDP growth difference between, in the long run, those countries that are financially inclusive and their less inclusive peers. Over the past decade, we have made tremendous progress on greater inclusion through a series of actions taken by leaders in government, in the financial industry, and in the social sector. In 2010, the Group of 20, the G20, elevated financial inclusion to the global agenda with the creation and launch of the Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion. And in 2011, the Alliance for Financial Inclusion created the Maya Declaration, which was the first global measurable set of financial inclusion commitments made by nations. That has since perpetuated through the World Bank's commitments to help countries, and now more than 50 countries have national financial inclusion strategies in place. In addition, the World Bank launched the Global Findex, which is the most comprehensive data set showing how adults borrow, save, spend, and manage risk in over 140 countries. Technology and market developments have also been a big part of playing to the financial inclusion successes of the last decade. The new digital and mobile technologies, the emergence of fintechs, and the global dynamic and diversifying financial services sector is part of the success story of the last decade. But with momentum, the reason we are here today is to recognize that there is still significant work to do. Real challenges remain, and new challenges have emerged, reaching and serving a set of households and small businesses worldwide that are disproportionately led by women and people of color. And while reaching and including those populations is critical, simplistic measures of account access that we have defaulted to define success actually fail to capture whether that access is truly enhancing people's financial security, their well-being, their health, and their dignity. The conversations are designed to help us all think about what the agenda needs to look like for the next decade. As the world moves toward recovery from the pandemic, reshaping our financial systems will play a critical role in ensuring that in the next decade, and better still the next century, we have more success and a different looking system that is inclusive of everyone. To kick us off, I have the pleasure of talking with Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands. Since 2009, she has served as the United Nations Secretary General Special Advocate for Inclusive Finance for Development. She's also an honorary patron of the G20's Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion, and she's a Global Agenda Trustee for the World Economic Forum's Global Challenge Initiative on the future of the global financial system. In all of her roles, Queen Maxima is a tireless advocate for expanding economic inclusion. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to talk with her. Your Majesty, Queen Maxima, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, it's a pleasure to join you. Thank you very much for having me, Ida.
in your role now for over a decade as the United Nations Secretary General Special Advocate for Inclusive Finance for Development, you've been one of the world's leading voices, not only on the need for financial inclusion as a way to address poverty, but also the way that financial inclusion helps with inclusive growth and with lessening of inequality. I am curious now, on the others, as we're coming out of a pandemic, what do you think the lessons the pandemic have taught us about financial inclusion, about how inclusive our financial systems are, and about how our systems need to be more inclusive?
Well, as you very well mentioned, I've been doing this work for more than 12 years. And in those 12 years, I think we've actually been able to engage 1.3 plus billion more people into the financial system. So in that regards, it's been successful. Now, the whole thing is financial inclusion is a means to an end, right? It's, you don't become better by being financially included. What I want with you when you're financially included is that you actually use it for your better outcomes in your life. And what do I mean by that? That you have a better possibility to save, that you can actually make ends meet, that you can actually make front to unforeseen shocks, being sickness, being droughts, being floods, and being able to plan for the future and being able to invest in the future. Is it education for your children, or is it in a small little company? And so the whole idea between financial inclusion is not just having access to affordable and safe and sound financial services, but to really use them to your benefit. Now, having said that, we still have 1.7 billion adults in the world that do not have access to financial services. And, even those that they do not really always make good use of it. So that we're talking, I hope, in the future about financial health. But also we have, very particular segments that are actually having much less access, and that's the equality issue that sometimes we're talking about. For example, 63% of African women do not have access to financial services. In terms of smallholder farmers, 270 million farmers need $290 billion a year in investments to really make their farms grow, but 70% of that demand goes unmet. So, I think these are the type of things that, we need to start looking into a lot more. The needs of women, the needs of smallholder farmers, and the need of micro, small, medium-sized enterprises across the board. And the other very big issue is once you're actually in it, you're financially included, that you really are financially healthy, that it doesn't go into over-indebtedness, but actually into more cushions, more buffers, and more possibilities for your future.
I think that economic dignity at the core of what you're talking about is been evolving as a more and more front and center focus of financial inclusion. And the work that over the past year I want to call out, you have chaired an international working group on financial health, and I've had the fortune and pleasure of participating in that. And simultaneously, here at Aspen, we have led an effort around defining a next generation set of principles for global financial inclusion, and your team has participated in that. The headline coming out of both of the reports and the work on both sides was this call for outcomes, was really trying to set a new standard for reminding everybody of the purpose of financial inclusion, to what you just said, and to really kind of put that forward as the next generation goals when we think out to the future. When you think about the ensuring of the adoption of financial health, financial well-being, and outcomes orientation, what do you think it's going to take to move us toward adoption of that? Because it is much harder to measure than access.
First of all, you cannot measure something if you cannot define it. So the first step in this working group that it's already some years I had it in my mind, we have to have like a working group. There's no clear global definition of financial health. So that's the one thing we actually were able to sort of establish together. And then we have discussed about what are the KPIs that, we should be measuring financial health with. And also, the situation in the Netherlands will be very different than actually in Côte d'Ivoire. So, but if we can actually come up with a normal standard set of KPIs in which we can actually see outcomes. Are people becoming better by using these financial services? And let us be honest, in the US, 90% of the people are financially included, maybe underbanned by some of KPIs, but the one thing we know that only 30% feel comfortable in their financial lives. They do not have financial stress. The same thing goes in many, many other countries. So we're seeing this in emerging markets as well, that, sometimes financial inclusion might actually lead too much to over-indebtedness and not enough to what we want to actually have as an outcome, to have actually better buffers built for your future and actually have a very balanced financial life. So, in all OECD countries, half of the respondents, they made a huge survey, and half of the respondents said that they actually have trouble making it to the end of the month. 50% of all OECD respondents. So there is something we need to talk about, which is what is the job of a financial sector. So the Aspen principles are very complementary to the working group that I did on financial health, with the participation of everybody in the community that talks about financial health. And to see, what are the KPIs on your clients, if you're a financial service provider, what are the KPIs that I need to look for? How do I nudge them to save better? Is that insurance really something that he needs, or he needs another type of insurance? And so it is threefold that we need to do. First of all, speak to policymakers, because, they will need to do the very big surveys and really analyze, what type of groups are being left behind, what type of policies I will be able to do. Also in the product, when you accept a product, a financial service product, is this going to lead to better financial lives, yes or not? But also from the private sector perspective, it's extremely important that we are going to create a platform now, and I'm very happy that Mastercard are going to be participating, in which we're going to start to share ideas and share ways of actually, how do you get this data of your clients? How do you get, where it's hidden sometimes, this data of financial health? How do we get it, first of all? And how do we actually start testing products that are actually going to turn into better outcomes? So these two things are very important. And lastly is to keep on this KPI conversation and start to get, this data collection in a much more rigorous and I would say consistent way. Without this, we'll not be able to make policy, we're not going to be able to make advocacy, and we're not going to be able to make change.
I think that with the continued leadership that you have demonstrated, with the CEO partnership that you have been spearheading, there's a very robust next chapter, because the next step for leadership is what will change that measurement in an upward trajectory. How will you get people experiencing more deeply stable, secure lives with a lot of choice and agency in them, because we not only understand where the starting point is for their financial health, but what systems need to be addressed to help to drive that. I think one of the other reports that came out from the Edison Alliance and the World Economic Forum that had another set of principles, which are also really, really great compliments. But one of them really called out the way that technology, when it was designed and deployed right, accelerated financial inclusion during the pandemic. And that a lot of the ways that happened was because of private sector innovation, because of public-private partnerships that were the basis of next generation infrastructure for financial inclusion, not just in individual products and services, but in safety nets in countries. So there was a whole lot of ways that public-private partnerships have helped move the ball forward. There's more work to do there. And again, you are already leading some of that work with your CEO partnership. I wonder if you could just reflect for a minute. If we need to work across sectors even more to move the inclusion conversation toward real deepening of financial well-being for people, what additional ways do you think that leaders need to work across sectors with each other?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that I love all the CEOs that are working in my CEO partnership, because there are CEOs that really want to make a change and they really feel very strongly about this. And when we speak together, we're all extremely excited and committed and very sure it's going to come by. But when you actually go to the last mile in a country like Pakistan or India, it becomes quite complicated, because we've actually figured out a couple of things. First of all, not one company can do it by itself. It's very difficult. There's what is actually making us not really including anybody. It's the cost of actually going the last mile. It's sometimes the perceived risks. It's a lack of infrastructure that is actually there. Sometimes in connectivity, roads, etc. So it is extremely expensive or very risky for companies to go by themselves, and that's why this issue that you were just talking about, the public-private partnerships. The public has to have this digital public goods and these public goods in general, so the companies can go out there and serve the clients with something that would actually change their lives. And so this is an important thing. And, that's why the Edison principles talk very well about sort of interoperable payments. But, I always talk about sort of everybody having an ID, having connectivity, some digital literacy, some financial literacy. These are things that are, prerequisites for us to be able to, deliver good products. And then the other one is maybe I am the telecom company reaching to the mom and pop shop, the little merchant, but I don't sell them any goods just other than data. But this other one that is selling goods is actually also in this silo, having this other relationship with the mom and pop goods. And then there's another bank that's actually had this other siloed relationship. And none of these relationships are actually as good as they could be. So the whole idea is to actually us getting together and be able to serve that person, because the mobile money operator knows how much he's actually dealing because of this transactional data. With that, I can actually give him insurance by which, he will not actually have enormous risks whenever something big happens as a shock. And at the same time, if, you actually have a consumer goods company that is actually selling them, well, we can actually improve that service as well. So that's the whole idea behind it. Now, some lessons learned is that not only the CEOs need to be very committed to this plan, but also the whole company needs to be committed to this plan. And above all, the local CEO and the local management. Because if we don't have that and they don't have the right KPIs for them, that they will actually be able to tell the board, I did very well in this country because I needed to digitize all the mom and pop stores. It will not happen because they will need to have the commitment themselves. The other thing is to actually have dedicated funds and staff to also do the market research, because it will mean actually thinking outside of your box. It's if I'm selling shampoo sachets from Unilever and all of a sudden I'm talking about financial services, the person having that relationship with the mom and pop shop, he will have to think in a completely different way. So it means actually start looking into other types of products that will be convenient to the clients. I think that's the one thing that we've actually learned is commitment across the whole company, and you have to have KPIs that actually will follow this up, and you have to have dedicated staff and resources to make it really work. And it's actually a question of, investing. We've had a wonderful story. I think that you've actually heard from us, Mastercard, Unilever, AXA, and a local bank. And what we did is basically a lot of these mom and pop stores could actually have much more access to inventory credits because of the cooperation between the three companies. And these merchants did thrived. And all the AXA and Mastercard and the local bank and Unilever actually saw their business grow. That's the other thing. This is not CSR. It should be a business. Because if we don't make it a business, it's not sustainable. So, and that is the one lesson learned that we knew already was at a COP, but, now we have to really get it sort of, as across the company as a whole. But certainly in the pandemic, I think it's a very good lessons learned. I think that right now, I don't need to say that financial inclusion is an important thing. 10 years ago, I really had to sort of advocate for it. But nowadays, we spoke to so many countries, things were going very well. Now the pandemic, all of a sudden, a lot of countries call us up, how do we do this? We need to do this very quickly. And all of a sudden, all these barriers that seemed unsurmountable before, became very easy to overcome. And all of a sudden, we're having all these fantastic social safety nets being paid to women when the whole pandemic started. So it is doable. We just need to have the commitment and the energy and the strength to do it because we know how to. So it's a question of really commitment and really want to be more creative, to jump across the lines between public and private and between private sectors as a whole.
I love the way that you have just layered on
almost an entirely new addition to the agenda for financial inclusion. And I think that there's a growing set of leaders who are listening and wanting to think about more that they can do in this space. When you think ahead 5 years, do you think that there is a particular headline or success that you'd love to be able to say next time you come and join us at a Global Inclusive Growth Summit?
No, well, I still dream that, for example, all individuals will actually have one place where all the financial data is in one place, so that he or she can actually try new products and see, is it going to improve my life or not? Right now, sometimes the financial lives of people are just so disaggregated between, a car that I bought in installments, a house that I bought with this bank, another credit card here. And so, we've made actually sometimes the financial lives of people so complicated. So simplifying and aggregating them will be my biggest dream. So it can really, that financial service providers could actually sort of, try to pitch, listen, I have a product, but then he can really choose, because right now choosing is extremely complicated for most of the people.
Yeah, well, I love that vision. I think there's a lot of others who will be nodding their heads and participating in this summit that are on board with that vision. And I'll leave you with the final word.
Yes, well, if you're not a service provider company, you still have employees. And also we know that a lot of employees, even if you pay above the minimum wage, they're also suffering with financial health issues. Please look at that. And we have had, developed a whole set of measures and things that you could actually do to actually take care of employees properly. So it's not only the financial service providers, also normal companies can actually look after their employees. And we hope to be able to do that for SMEs in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And have a good day.
Thank you for having me at the 2021 Global Inclusive Growth Summit. This is a timely conversation about the work we need to do together to ensure our economic recovery reaches everyone as we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the start of this pandemic, Congress has provided over $4 trillion in relief to American families, businesses, and nonprofits, which has been instrumental in keeping our economy afloat. At the same time, the pandemic has highlighted cracks in the foundation of our economic, financial, and social systems. Too many of our people lack access to basic financial tools like savings and credit. This has hampered our ability to provide aid, including PPP loans or economic impact payments, to tens of millions of Americans, especially in households of color. We should work to bridge these gaps and create a fully inclusive financial system. What does that look like? The first step to achieving financial inclusion in the United States is access to basic services, basic financial services. But it can't stop there. We have to ensure all Americans can reap the benefits of these services as well. Ultimately, true financial inclusion will mean broad financial security characterized by widely shared prosperity. In Delaware, I've seen how this can work. Community Development Financial Institutions, or CDFIs, are offering individuals access to affordable and responsible tools for finance. Larger institutions are investing in our community through the Community Reinvestment Act and are prioritizing diversity in hiring and in their loan portfolios. At the federal level, multiple agencies such as Treasury's CDFI Fund, the Small Business Administration, and the CFPB are dedicating resources to help empower consumers and businesses in economically disadvantaged communities and to protect against unfair and abusive financial practices. These tools, these skills, these activities by federal and local government allow people to build their way toward financial security and help bring whole communities toward better financial inclusion. But we all have work to do to share these opportunities more broadly. To start, the United States lacks an overarching and coordinated national strategy for achieving greater financial inclusion. As of 2018, over 35 countries have implemented national financial inclusion strategies. So it's long past time the United States caught up. That's why I'm joining a diverse array of private sector, government, and nonprofit leaders, including Mastercard and the Aspen Institute, in calling for a presidential commission at the Department of Treasury tasked with creating a national interagency financial inclusion strategy. This commission would build on the Biden administration's work to create a more equitable economy going forward. And to be effective, the commission has to take a unified and cross-sectoral approach. In addition to working across federal agencies, the commission should bring in a diverse set of leaders with relevant experience in the nonprofit and private sectors and consult with those who are directly impacted by a lack of financial inclusion. The commission would do everything from cataloging existing efforts to evaluating how technology can be better utilized to improve outcomes for all Americans. Ultimately, the commission would devise a holistic financial inclusion strategy for the federal government to implement in close partnership with the financial services industry, community organizations, and nonprofits. This strategy would strengthen the financial well-being of millions of households and help ensure a robust and inclusive economic recovery. The United States can also be a leader and extend these efforts internationally to help people in the developing world work towards greater financial inclusion. As chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee that funds U.S. foreign aid, and as a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I've encouraged several administrations to work with governments, central banks, and financial institutions to build more inclusive, sustainable, and responsible financial systems abroad. I believe we should utilize recently developed tools like the International Development Finance Corporation, a relatively new federal agency that makes loans and investments to support development projects around the world. We also have a lot that we can learn from recent developments in lower developed countries. Africa, for example, is home to more digital financial services deployments than any other region in the world. In Kenya, a country where I was an undergraduate student, access to financial accounts through mobile money, through M-Pesa and many other providers, has helped lift 1 million people out of extreme poverty. This work is about innovative partnerships to increase prosperity, reduce inequality, and better connect people around the world. So as we begin to emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic, there's an opportunity in front of us to rebuild together in an equitable and inclusive way. It's time we do the work through a presidential commission on financial inclusion. I look forward to working together with the Biden administration and other leaders, including those gathered at this year's Global Inclusive Growth Summit, on establishing this important commission. Thank you again to the Aspen Institute and the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth for having me and for hosting this important conversation.
Hi, and welcome everyone. I'm Tim Ogden, Managing Director of the Financial Access Initiative at NYU Wagner, and I'm here today to talk about building inclusive financial systems with Luz Urrutia, who is CEO of Acción Opportunity Fund, a micro-lender serving the United States based in California, Leora Clapper, an economist in the Development Research Group at the World Bank and leader of the Global Findex, and Tunde Kehinde, founder of Lydia, a fintech serving small businesses in Africa and Europe, based in Nigeria. Leora, I want to start quickly with you because the question of financial inclusion always comes back to data, who is included and who is not. And Global Findex has mapped inclusion globally. And over the last 20 years, we've seen a lot of progress in getting more and more people included in the financial system. But a lot of that progress has been in payment systems. And at the same time, as we talked about financial inclusion, we moved to talking about outcomes, financial health or financial well-being. So when you look at the progress that you see in the Global Findex, how do you feel about that progress? Have we made significant progress in making financial systems truly inclusive? Or are we still needing to do a lot of work to make the financial system work for those historically excluded populations?
Today's financial system leaves out too many people. Thinking about women, poor adults, disabled, older adults. And the goal is for all adults to have access to the wide array of financial services, including bank accounts, savings, insurance, appropriate credit, as well as payment services. We're in an interesting time. There's been a surge in account ownership during COVID as millions of new adults are receiving wages and government transfer payments directly into an account. And looking forward is how to encourage these adults to safely, within a consumer protection framework and regulated environment, access a wider array of financial services.
Tunde, you are sort of at the front lines of making the financial system work for a historically excluded population. There are millions of small businesses across Africa and Europe who have struggled to be part of the financial system. So tell us a little bit more about how Lydia is reaching those populations that haven't been part of the financial system in the past.
Thank you, Tim. I'm really excited to be part of this discussion. I mean, for us, our vision is a world where every great business owner has access to fast and fair funding to grow their businesses. And we said to ourselves, how can we enable this? And one of the main things we heard from our customers is, can you assess me based on data? Not the way traditional lenders assess today, which is you must provide physical collateral, land, cash, or machinery. You must provide audited financials, 3 years back, 5 years projections. And the reality is this ends up excluding a significant majority of business owners. So what we said at Lydia is literally we can assess you based on the data of your business. We're happy to provide a loan to a business as low as $150, and we will give you a decision within 1 day. And as you grow your business, we can now give you access to better rates that reward you for being a good credit. And so we launched just over 4 years ago, and we're approaching now $100 million worth of loans given to small businesses.
Luz, the population that Tunde is serving in some ways is the idea that many people have when they think about financially excluded populations, small businesses in sub-Saharan Africa. Action Opportunity Fund is working in the United States, where I think there's still a lot of people who would think, we fixed that problem. But in fact, everything that I just heard Tunde saying is part of the challenge that Action Opportunity Fund is taking up with small businesses in the United States, reaching historically excluded populations, dealing with people who don't have the credit score, all of that other kind of data for traditional underwriting, trying to figure out how not to just give access to capital, but access to capital that is beneficial to the small business owner to enable their success. There have always been plenty of people willing to give small businesses loans that extract from them. It's much harder to give loans that build. So what is the challenge of inclusive finance in the United States now, particularly post-COVID?
Thank you, Tim, and great to be here. I'd say that there's a number of challenges, but I like to think about what are some of the solutions, right, that both institutions, lending institutions, and policyholders can do. One of the things is trying to develop culturally competent products by leveraging data and analytics, because not all small businesses are created equal. And particularly the businesses that we're dealing with, which are owned by people of color, women, and immigrants, it is important that lenders look at alternative methods of assessing risk so that they can scale lending in a responsible, efficient, and effective way. So for example, using bank accounts to understand the business cash flow, using alternative data sources to understand bill payment history, and then taking these data sources and several others and helping to build alternative credit scores and algorithms that really go beyond traditional credit, beyond traditional documentation, and beyond how much a business has been operating. But that's also why it's important that, we hire a diverse workforce that resembles and understands the communities that we're serving and understands how to communicate and market to them. And underwriting every loan for ability to pay, I think it's important that we put small businesses in products and capital that they can afford to pay back. And then you have to also understand that many small businesses are not comfortable accessing capital and resources online, but many others, need some hand-holding through the process of applying for the loan or getting technical assistance. And so really important, especially now when there's so much need for small businesses to get the resources, that CDFIs, minority deposited institutions, and other lenders support these small businesses to create a combination of digitally enabled, high technology, but also higher touch customer service.
So, Tunde, coming back to you on that, there is this question of how do we reach people who aren't digitally savvy yet? And how do you get enough capital to those people so that they can grow while still protecting them so that you're not sort of helping them dig a hole that it's too hard to get out of? So how do you approach the getting people on board into the digital economy so that they can be included using some of these other data points?
Yeah, no, thanks, Tim. I thought Lucy's comments on ability to repay is such an important point. So we do a few things, right? So one is we understand that not all small businesses are ready to take on credits. So actually our very first product is a free invoicing tool where you can invoice your customers for free forever and begin to digitize the payments coming through your business. And for us, it solves a few pain points, right? So for the customer, you can begin to track your receivables, get a better sense of who your key customers are. For us, we now start to get more data on your business without having to give you credit. And to your point, if you're not ready for credit, putting undue pressure on you. So that's one thing. The second thing we do is we also partner a lot with large enterprises. So we'll go talk to large consumer goods companies, folks in the agriculture space, folks who are doing different things that relate with small businesses. And we'll say, look, let's get credit into your value chain. So maybe your distributors don't need credit, but your retailers, your wholesalers may need credit. And let's start to use their purchasing history with you, maybe their invoices back and forth with you, and begin to use that to get a sense of the size of the business. And just like how you access a credit card if you're in the States, even if your numbers indicate that maybe you can get a loan of $10,000, maybe we start you with $1,000. And we now see how you can pay that loan off in a short period of time. And then every 30 days, we're re-underwriting you for a new loan. So we're looking at your repayment history for the very first loan we gave you, but we're also marrying that with how your company is currently performing. So we can begin to flex up or down the amount of credit we give to you based on your repayment history, based on your ability to repay, and based on current macro conditions. That's how we think about it.
Leora, you don't just do the Findex. You study a lot of population sort of on the margins of inclusion, those who are just beginning to get into the financial system. I think, for instance, of digital wage payments in Bangladesh as something that you've looked at. But there is always a question, too, with digitization and inclusion, is that many of the people best able to take advantage of digitization are the already large, experienced, technically savvy. So say the global garment manufacturers are better able to deliver digital wages or digitized wages than the small providers. That does have some risk of not closing a gap, but widening a gap. What have you seen in the process of digitization of inclusion in places? Should we be worried about digitization growing the gap versus shrinking it?
So I tend to focus on the absolute numbers. The goal is to grow the number of adults with access to formal financial services. Certainly, we've seen a tremendous impact of the large global buyers. For example, in encouraging, incentivizing their suppliers to digitize their wages. In fact, Gap, for example, at one point insisted that all their suppliers pay their workers electronically as a labor practice. And the hope is that, for example, in our work in Bangladesh, we show that in neighborhoods where workers are paid electronically, we sent in mystery shopper audits, actors into mobile money agents, and we find that overall workers tend to be, there are less predatory fees added on in neighborhoods where workers are digitized. In other words, there's a spillover effect to the entire community, and those workers become savvier financial customers. So, having the larger global suppliers build out the infrastructure and encourage the private sector to build out their agent network is positive and can hopefully encourage the upstream digitization to smaller factories, domestic factories as well.
Leora was just mentioning sort of those predatory providers, and Tunde was talking about building this set of data to be able to better understand the providers. The United States is a place where there's a tremendous variety of financial services and a good bit of predatory providers out there who are very eager to get their hands on data, to design products that aren't not for the good of the person that they're trying to serve, but for their own bottom line. Do you encounter some trust issues from these populations who have encountered these predatory lenders? And what do you do to help them overcome trust that isn't just unfamiliarity, but they actually have experience of negative predatory providers in the space?
I think trust is a huge component in trying to serve underserved populations for a variety of reasons, right? They have had terrible experiences with the system. They have thought they were acquiring one product to find out that the product was not healthy and that it, destroyed or barely destroyed their business. So I think that trust, it's where it starts. And the best way to do this really is by working with trusted centers of influence in the communities where these businesses operate and where their families live, and be able to gain the trust, understand their needs, what are their challenges and opportunities, and being able to work with those partners. So what we have found as an example at AOF is to build credibility and trust within the Black community and small businesses. It takes time because we need to build partnerships with centers of influence, and how we approach our lending, share that, how it's different, that we're responsible, that we have the small business interest and success at heart and at the everything that we do. And so you have to come to this work with a lot of humility, understanding that there is a lot that we all have to learn, but that we are committed to learning it. And I think that the aspect of building community partnerships cannot be underestimated. Whether they're bank, non-bank lenders, community organizations, we all need to work together to develop strong relationships with those community partners so that we can effectively understand what are the capital needs of the borrowers, create products that effectively serve the communities that we're trying to serve, and help these local organizations with the resources that they need in order to serve the underserved community, primarily those that are led by people of color.
Leora, you have more of a global picture, from your role, with Global Findex, sort of looking at how inclusive financial systems are globally. And there are a lot of differences. In some places we've seen the telecoms companies sort of lead out driving a lot of inclusion through mobile money systems. In other places we've seen traditional microfinance institutions be sort of at the forefront. In other places, some combination of fintech and others with partnerships with traditional banks. When you think about what regulators and other people involved in the design of financial systems need to know now, given what we see globally and where progress is being made and where it's hitting some roadblocks, what would you say is the most important thing for regulators to be thinking about in terms of building inclusive financial systems?
I agree that building confidence and capability is key, and trust in the financial system. For one good example is cash on delivery versus online payments. You've seen, massive growth in online ordering, from groceries to Amazon shops in India. It's primarily cash on delivery. And the challenge there is that if the seller can't restock their inventory for 4 to 5 days until they receive the payment, and to encourage, and so this will require trust on behalf of the seller that they'll be paid, trust on behalf of the customer that the goods will be delivered, And all that requires a more stable, so first of all, it requires building out this digital infrastructure. And secondly, from the regulatory perspective, regulators need to, ensure the safe use, not only safe recourse in the case of errors, but also the safe use of all the data being collected of customers and so on.
Tunde, picking up on that, back to the sort of data question. Data is an enabler, but it also carries some risks with it. How do you think about protecting the customers with all of this data that you have and making sure that both you and others in the ecosystem that you exist in are have customer protection as one of the very first things you think about?
No, it's such an important question, right? And particularly for us because, we are partnering with the businesses to give them access to credit. And Luz made the point around trust. I mean, the reality is, I think for all of us, if you think of the word bank or, a lot of times you think of a bad experience, you think of fees. And so there's already a level of skepticism. And for us, we also interact with enterprises. So we're talking to some of the biggest brands in the world to say, look, exchange data with us so we can lend to your value chain, which takes decades to build and to gain trust in that value chain. So there are a few things that we do, right? So it's very important that we have a really strong compliance function that makes sure all the data that we are having is housed properly in the cloud. It's very secure. We also make it very clear. We're not selling our data. We're not sharing it with any parties that you don't want us to share it with. And then the second thing that we've also realized as well is it can be as simple as also having a hotline that our small businesses can call into to ask a question. So introducing empathy into the process. So what I mean by that is for a lot of small businesses, their first time of taking a formal loan is with Lydia. And so we literally say, look, you have an account manager you can call into to ask a question. What does it mean to take a credit? Is my data safe? How will my pricing evolve over time? And then typically we then see that by the second or third loan, they're then very comfortable being able to go through a fully automated process. So we think about it two ways. One is the foundation needs to be strong, compliant, data protection, and adhering to local regulations, but at the same time introducing empathy and saying if you need to talk to somebody, there is somebody for you to talk to and also have all your questions answered.
The time gets away from us so very quickly. There's so much ground to cover when it comes to inclusive growth and inclusive financial systems. And so we're already running up some against the time. So I'm going to sort of wrap us up. I want to give each of you the opportunity to say, here is the number one barrier that we need to confront to keep including people, to continue the growth of inclusive financial systems. And if you'd like to add sort of what your call to action to others in the space would be to take on that barrier. Luz, can I start with you?
I would say policy is a must in order to make a more inclusive and accountable financial system, building partnerships and creating trust. And my call to action is that accelerating investments in Black-owned businesses by developing partnerships so that we can all together help close the $87 billion gap in small business lending that exists in the United States.
Tunde.
We all have a very big problem to solve, and it will require all of us to work together to solve it. So it's not us against anybody. It's going to be us plus the banks, plus the regulators, plus the policymakers to say, look, what role do we all play to deliver financial inclusion? And then our big, promise is that we intend to deliver a world where every great business owner has access to fair, fast funding, and to do so without bias. We will evaluate you based on your data and get you the funding you need to thrive.
Leora, and I'm going to add something close to my heart, which is the data that goes into all of this when we think about it. So not only what is the biggest barrier, but also what data do we need to keep making progress on financial inclusion?
So with regard to data, we need better data. We need also the regulators to encourage banks to collect data by demographic information. We also need data on we know an easy fix is increasing the number of women bank agents and mobile money agents, for example. We need banks to collect data and report on the number of staff, for example, by gender. To reach inclusive financial inclusion, we really need inclusive digital inclusion as well. And so certainly something I think we need to invest in is that both customers and financial service providers have access to digital devices and channels, mobile telecommunication networks, all the digitally enabled processes, to name just a few of the digital enablers. Which can help offset some of the challenges of reaching the underserved customers now and in a hopefully post-pandemic future.
Well, thank you. Thanks for the very engaging conversation, Luz, Tunde, and Leora. We've covered a lot of ground. There is still obviously a lot of work to be done in building inclusive financial systems, but there has been a lot of progress made, as we have touched on here, and there are organizations out there that are actively part of this and building those partnerships to reach these excluded populations. And so I am hopeful about what we see over the next 5 to 10 years of building on the progress and extending inclusive financial systems to reach more and more. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
As many of you know, last month, the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth launched Strive Community, a global program to help 5 million small businesses go digital. Today, I'm delighted to announce the Strive Community Innovation Fund, which makes available $1 million of funding for innovative products, services, and partners that will accelerate the shift to a digital economy for this unique community. With grants of up to $200,000 each, the fund will uncover new business models for serving small businesses. Specifically, we're looking for solutions that are digital and data first and focus on e-market access, business operations, and financial services. We are building the Strive community to support the business owners who have the ambition and the commitment, but need the digital and data tools to succeed. These CEOs are the backbone of our economy and key to an inclusive and sustainable recovery. We believe in their ingenuity and salute their strength, and are building a network to support their growth. The $1 million Strive Community Innovation Fund is the spark and the start. So please, spread the word and bring your best. We're counting on you. To get started, please visit www.strivecommunity.org. Thank you.
And now we're going to roll up our sleeves. Beginning at 12:45 Eastern, we want you to be a part of the discussion. Please join one of our 4 deep dive discussions. There is something for everyone. Topics include small business digitization, corporate entrepreneurs making change from the inside out, digital assets and the crypto conundrum, and financial security for families in a post-COVID economy. Just click the deep dive button at the top of your page to choose among the sessions. After the deep dives, you'll have a final opportunity to participate in one of our live demonstrations featuring tools of the new digital economy, which you can find by clicking the demos button at the top of your page. Then we'll head into our final topic at 1:45 Eastern, Tectonic Shifts, putting technology to work for the common good. See you there. For the past few decades, technologists have been getting us ready for the shift to a digital economy. And then the pandemic came along and put it into overdrive. The immediate expansion of digital infrastructure helped many of us to manage our lives through our computers and our phones. And quite a few of us, as it turns out, prefer things that way. But the digital revolution arrived perhaps too quickly to bring everyone along. Almost 2 years in, we're still working to include people and communities who lack the access, skills, or digital infrastructure needed to get a foothold in the changing economy. In this next session, we'll hear from tech experts leading the transition to a digital economy. Mastercard CEO Michael Miebach, the UN's Economic Lead for Africa, Dr. Vera Songwe, the IFC's new Managing Director, Mokhtar Diop, and many more. They will discuss how to build technological solutions that work for all people, improving their health, their education, and their economic security.
Technology has helped the world get through the pandemic. Big tech enables remote work and education. Streaming services entertain safe at home. Innovative health apps tend to our well-being. But tech needs to be more inclusive. Technology should work for you, not against you. How do you attend online school without internet access? 66% of children in the world do not have internet at home. What if your face keeps disappearing during video conferences? Your face just disappears into the background because facial recognition algorithms are biased toward light skin tones. What if you need to read lips? Low tech can be high innovation. Tech can solve many of our challenges, but it has to be inclusive by design. We need diversity and lived experience at the table in product development. It matters who the designers are. We need people-centric approaches to tech design.
We started the MIT initiative on the digital economy about 8 years ago to understand this period of amazing technological progress that we're living through and try to understand how it's reshaping our societies, our economies, and the world that we live in. I want to share with you the two biggest conclusions from our work so far. The first one is that we have never before had such a powerful group of tools for reshaping our world. And I realize that's a strong statement. Let me try to back that up. We have finally interconnected humanity for the very first time ever. And at the same time, we have finally figured out the problem, the science of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So we have this phenomenally powerful other kind of intelligence to apply to our difficult tasks. The second conclusion is that even with all these powerful technologies, technology is not destiny, and we shape our destiny. For example, we all know that technologies can be used to be exclusionary, to keep people on the outside and to keep them from participating, or technologies can be quite inclusive. And a lot of us can come up very quickly with examples where technology has been used for exclusionary purposes, where it's been deliberately or inadvertently biased, and it's keeping people on the outside. And we can get focused on those, and we should, but we can get too pessimistic about the situation. Because I think that we're also seeing no shortage of examples where technology is being used for profoundly inclusionary work, where it's letting people come in, it's letting them participate, it's letting them join the modern global system in a way that was not possible before. One of the most popular IPOs last year, for example, was a company called Upstart, which takes a different approach to assessing credit risk and to allocating credit, uses a ton of data, a ton of artificial intelligence, and here's the interesting part. It does a better job of including people who would be excluded by our traditional measures of assessing credit worthiness. For example, if a bank is willing to accept the same loss rate, it can accept about 175% as many applications. That work is now about 75% completely automated, which means that we can scale it. We can deploy it to more people in more situations in a very cost-effective way. I think and I hope that the upstarts are increasingly going to be the rule instead of the exception, and that if we make smart choices and if we're mindful about them, we're going to create not just a vastly more technologically sophisticated world, but a vastly more inclusive world as well.
Hi, here to talk a bit about how we are seeing the shift toward digitization and what it means to live in a digital world. The important opportunity is about applying thought and being specific and deliberate about the opportunity to bring digitization to broader and broader swaths of society so that there is broader participation across the globe. Part of this, from my perspective, is about ensuring that as many different perspectives, as many different lived experiences, and as many different inclinations are represented in how technology and digital access gets designed and gets implemented. It brings to the table opportunities for problem solving and digitization of solutions that communities have long used themselves, and finding opportunities to implement that digitally and take advantage of the kinds of solutions and systems that they themselves have long used is, in my view, one of the most important opportunities that we have as we continue to advance in the digital era. So why don't we go ahead and jump in, and I will introduce our panelists here. Congressman Will Hurd has a long and distinguished career in our public sector and has spent significant time representing his constituency in San Antonio. So thank you, Congressman Hurd, for joining us. And introducing Anthony Tan. Anthony is the co-founder and CEO of Grab, and he has scaled Grab to become the latest super app across societies in Asia. So Anthony, thank you so much for joining us as well. So why don't we start with you, Congressman Hurd. Really, in essence, what we're talking about now is how to avoid deepening the digital divide as society further digitizes. What do you see, given your experience in government, as the role of the government to ensure digitization is as inclusive as it can be as we accelerate?
Sure, Marla, and please call me Will. It's great to be on with you and Anthony. And one of the things I learned, my degree's in computer science. I was undercover officer in the CIA in many different parts of the world. And then I helped start a cybersecurity company, and then was in Congress. And now I advise technology companies. And one of the things that I've learned in my adult life, the technological change we're going to see in the next 30 years is going to make the last 30 years look insignificant. And it's coming, it's going to happen, so we have to be ready for it, right? And we can take advantage of technology before it takes advantage of us. And when it comes to the digital divide, we always talk about how access to digital infrastructure, that's high-speed internet, it's going to have to be 5G very soon, if not now. And then you also got to have devices that are able to access that digital infrastructure. But a piece that gets left out of the conversation around digital divide is the knowledge how to use that device to access that infrastructure. And it's not just about making sure our young kids understand this. It's about making sure everybody in society understands it. My father is 88 years old. He does not know how to use a smartphone. And so imagine if he had to interact with the government and get services or work with his pension, and he had to use that in order to get it, he would be left out. So those three elements, digital infrastructure, devices to access the infrastructure, and the knowledge to use that devices, is something where all levels of society should be working on. I represented parts of West Texas that didn't have cell service. There is a direct correlation between communities that have access to high-speed internet and their earning potential. If you don't have access to high-speed internet, your learning potential is significantly decreased from others. And so this is something that is needed in order to help people move up the economic ladder.
Absolutely. I love that. I think that's a really important point about having not just the technology, but the know-how as well. I think that's critical. Very well said. Anthony, let's turn to you. At Grab, you're not only adapting digitization, but also driving it. As Southeast Asia's leading mobile technology company, you have enormous reach, millions of app downloads across more than 400 cities in Southeast Asia, from economically developed nations like Singapore to highly unbanked markets like Indonesia, for example. With COVID both accelerating digitization and also widening the digital divide in Southeast Asia, how do you ensure no one gets left behind?
Well, here's how we think about, or at least how we do our very best to make sure no one gets left behind. For us, the first and foremost decision is knowing what to prioritize. When the pandemic hit us, we had to stop thinking business as usual. Instead, we focused on delivering services to help our communities tide through this pandemic. So we created an example use case called Grab Care. And Grab Care was a dedicated service, fleet mobility service that was catered for healthcare workers, because healthcare workers were shunned from public because public transport, everything was scared to send them from home to the hospitals. So we created this specialized service to make sure they were catered for and that our doctors and nurses could be there to ensure that our medical system and infrastructure was there to support us through this crisis. Then number two is we had to quickly learn ground truths. And the ground truths changed during this time. And we had to pivot to solve these very new problems. So, for example, in Southeast Asia, there's a lot of food stalls. These are stalls that are in food court areas that are priced a lot lower than restaurant food. So a lot of times it wouldn't make sense to have this food delivered, but they still needed delivery because everybody was on lockdown or movement restrictions. So we had to adapt our business model to serve these type of small businesses. And this is where we came up with an innovative solution called Mix and Match. So imagine a driver or delivery partner going into a food court and picking up via many of these small stores with very small average order sizes. We call it a Mix and Match solution. And this drove our cost of delivery down. It kept our commission rates very low for these long tail merchant partners and helped them grow their earnings, especially during a very difficult time. And it's adaptations like these that helped us bring 600 over 1,000 merchant partners or small businesses onto Grab Food and Grab Mart in 2020. So the last thing is just thinking about vulnerable segments. You know, COVID-19 actually shone a spotlight on the communities that we previously could not reach. It forced us to think, how can we serve these very long tail merchants? And in Vietnam, for example, COVID-19 really shocked the supply chains. So we had to help farmers. If you asked me 9 years ago when I started the company, did you think about helping farmers? No way. We helped farmers sell tons of lychees through our platform that would have otherwise gone to waste. So crises or not, we just had to stay true to our purpose, find a way to even reach the most traditional partners through technology.
Wow. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And Will, when you hear what Anthony just talked about, companies like Grab, and in the US, there are companies like Uber, Postmates, down the list, they all require a certain level of digital fluency to both operate and design that software. Anthony just talked about how they are driving inclusivity and responding to the moment, the mix and match solutions that he just mentioned, the ability to pivot and meet the needs of populations he hadn't previously considered at all, like farmers, as he just named. What is the role of government in preparing workers to be able to enter into the digital economy as other jobs become obsolete?
Well, look, we need to make sure that we have an educated workforce that can take on some of these jobs. Like Anthony needs some great, programmers and engineers and data scientists in order to take advantage and to use the tool that he's building to meet the needs of the community. And so one of the ways that we have to make sure that we're getting kids exposed to coding earlier. I think it needs to be as early as middle school. I can make a case that it should happen in elementary school, but because, it's like when I was, if you're in my generation, you didn't know how to type, you weren't going to get a job, okay? Because every job required you to learn how to type. And every job in the future is going to have to do some kind of coding, understanding coding. You're going to have to understand data analytics, right? This is a core competency that people are going to need. And so the problem is, there's not like a bunch of computer science teachers chilling in a coffee shop somewhere waiting for someone to come, tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, we need you, right? We're going to have to take, algebra teachers, history teachers, and educate them on how to introduce coding into that area. We're going to need, some of Anthony's great engineers that are working with those schools. And when those teachers have question about teaching it, they need someone to go to, right? And so this is where, folks on the ground are going to be able to work. And then there's another element. I spent a lot of time on artificial intelligence. And artificial general intelligence. Artificial general intelligence is an algorithm that's going to be smarter than most people on a certain thing, right? Now, it's going to be a powerful tool. I think it's equivalent of nuclear fission. But we need to make sure those algorithms are following the law. We know we already have, especially in the United States, a lot of laws on protecting civil rights, on protecting civil liberties, on not being able to discriminate. Guess what? We need those algorithms coded to make sure that they don't break those laws. And that means we need a diverse group of people that are helping to code and to program the technology of the future.
I could not agree more, Will. And I think one of the things that's implicit in what you said that I just want to put a finer point on is the fact that we have to ensure that we are asking those algorithms and those machine learning programs to solve exactly the right problems, right? That how you ask the question, what you ask it to do, it will do ruthlessly efficiently. And if we do not carefully describe exactly what we're trying to accomplish, which might mean including asking it to consider equity, for example, in the solution and program that in, and without someone there to think of asking it in that way, we run the risk of automating some real pain that has been a part of human history for a long time.
Marla, you're absolutely right. And we know the power these tools are going to have. So let's make sure from Jump Street that they are designed in a way that prioritizes equity, that protects civil rights and civil liberties. We already know, and just follow the laws that we already have on the books.
Absolutely. I think your point earlier, Will, is a perfect segue into talking about some of what we're already seeing in places like Singapore, right, where they announced they're going to pump $24 billion into various programs to enable firms to transform and scale to meet the digital economy. Anthony, you're already doing this at Grab. Can you tell us more about Grab Academy and what that's done to support driver, delivery, and merchant partners?
It's all about upskilling and how we support our partners through upskilling. So, and Southeast Asia is also very different from the US and Europe. For our audience out there, more than 70% of our workforce in this region comprises of informal workers relying on daily wages. In fact, 46% of surveyed driver partners did not even earn an income before joining Grab. So Grab Academy was created to enable these type of informal workers upskill themselves. And we're very honored to partner industry leaders like Microsoft and International Finance Corporation, IFC, to bring reputable training programs to these communities. And how do we do it? These courses are free, they're totally free, and they are easily accessed and built into our driver super app and to our merchant super app. More than 1.7 million partners have completed a training program in 2020. And we've even had hired one of our driver partners as a software engineer through the program. So today, I'm also very excited to share that we signed a wide-ranging MOU with Mastercard to launch new driver and merchant partner training across this region. So we'll create bespoke programs together in areas of small business training programs, in entrepreneurship training, in driver financial literacy training. And this program is meant to have a profound impact. This partnership will have a profound impact on the partners on how to not just come online, but adopt and upskill themselves. So we're really excited to roll this out in Q4 to truly upskill digital gig workers so that no one gets left behind.
Wow, that is incredible. And you are definitely poised to take this to the next level. Congratulations. That is fantastic.
Thank you. Thanks.
Let's tie this back to inclusive growth, right? How can private and public sector ensure that a digital economy is both commercially sustainable and supportive of livelihoods? Will, let's start with you, and then we will wrap up and give Anthony the last word here.
Sure. There's things that you should be able to do. If I'm a gig worker or in a sole proprietor, I should be able to have a portability of some of my resources and services that I get from another company, right? That portability of benefits, I think, is one of those things that's important, and we need to rethink how the regulatory environment enables that and allows that to happen. I think that's a way, and because when you allow people to participate in the formal economy, there's more resources that they can gain access to, and that's why some of these digital tools are helpful in throughout the world, not just in Asia and the U.S., but in Latin America as well too, where I've spent a lot of time. So those are the kinds of let's create the framework for where we're going for the future, and I think that gives people the freedom. That means giving people freedom and flexibility when it comes to those benefits.
Thank you. Anthony, let's grab your thoughts here.
Well, for us, sustainability and growth don't have to be mutually exclusive. And we think about, how Grab was founded on this double bottom line philosophy. We've done well because our drivers do well, and we are inextricably linked together. And in fact, Congressman Hurd talked about it. If we can think of the tech ecosystem as one that all these key players need to do well, and that way the network effects take place. And when the network effects operate best, then it's this wonderful upward virtuous cycle. And it's because of this interrelatedness we see. That's why we are focused on partner welfare. And this goes into, I talked about this, one of our top OKRs, which is partner love. So as part of our mission, we think about how do you create economic empowerment for everyone? And as we grow as a company, and I encourage all companies to think about it, it's so important for companies like us at Grab, where we never lose sight of who we are and why we continue to fight so hard. And our leaders must stay committed to serving these communities. So I shared earlier how we help farmers in Vietnam selling tons of lychees. We think about fishermen in rural Indonesia, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities, sell their catch to consumers in urban cities through GrabMart. And our goal isn't about just helping these struggling businesses, but they're also good for our own business. Our GrabMart business grew by 5 times year on year compared to Q2 2020. So we don't believe in sustainability or growth. We think about sustainability and inclusive growth.
I love it. That is a perfect note to end on. With that, I will say to both Congressman Will Hurd and Anthony Tan, thank you so much for being a part of this conversation today. You have left us with tremendous insight into the role of the public sector, the private sector, and all of us across civil society in working on creating the inclusive growth that we want to see in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. COVID-19 has been a defining moment for all the world, and the aftermath, repercussions, outcomes are really still being played out as we speak. There have been many opinions, perspectives, and debate as to the best way to manage and also emerge from the pandemic. But one thing I believe is absolutely clear, and I think the whole world is agreed on, and that is the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated our move to online, to the digital age. As we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic, which has accelerated our move to digital, Africa stands at the cusp of an opportunity to leverage and enable inclusive growth using technology that is already available to us. But we need to be deliberate and intentional about how we're going to go about this. We have many things working to our advantage. Africa has probably the youngest population in the world. Our youth represent our present and also our future. How should we be harnessing the power of this demography to catapult Africa to its future? We have a section of our population that is also yet to be fully harnessed and fully engaged, women. How do we ensure that women in Africa are not left behind in this journey to digital transformation? With me to discuss how Africa can use the opportunity of the COVID-19 pandemic crisis to shift to an inclusive, impactful and digital economy are two women who are very well versed in this matter and have also incidentally worked together, working out or architecting Africa's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Rita Roy, President and CEO of the Mastercard Foundation, and Vera Songwe, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and also the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission on Africa. Vera, welcome. Rita, welcome. Vera, I'd like to start with you. I know that you're very committed to the transformation and diversification of African economies. Can you also tell us how UNECA is working to ensure technology plays a more central role in this transformation and diversification?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mobila. It's nice to see you again. It's been a long time, and you yourself, I must say, are part of those who are helping to change the world with technology. So thank you as well for all the efforts that you're putting in and for supporting us. And to you, Richard, good to be on the platform with you. So since the crisis started, I think in some sense, as Hillary Clinton would say, we should not waste a crisis. I think one of the things that definitely Africa has done well during this crisis is really deepen, access to technology and the use of technology. We've seen quite a number of countries use technology for different things. How has the Economic Commission for Africa helped? We've done three things that I think I must say I'm quite proud of. We've done many others, but I'll talk about the three that are the most interesting. The first was our launch of the African Communications Information Platform. We call it ASIP, in collaboration with 4 major networks. And one of the reasons I'm quite excited about this initiative was that for the first time, we brought together the 4 major mobile network operators across the continent and had them share one sort of smart code number, which is the 4 or 5-digit number that you text on your phone to send and receive information. And essentially, we were trying to gather information, enough information and data for governments to be able to sort of decide, when the pandemic was hitting a particular region, what they needed to do, and in sort of, in-time analysis of, where, of course, we're an Economic Commission for Africa. We started looking at prices, inflation, which today we see is becoming the topic across the world. And we were wanting to sort of be able to send questions back and forth to citizens. We have now on this platform over, 2 million people that have connected to the platform and are actively using it. In Congo, for example, the platform received over 35,000 responses on perceptions of the sort of USS of COVID-19, what is happening, and including the head of state could use it and send messages back and forth to his citizens. So I think this one is something that we're very interested in, very excited about. We have 7 more countries. We've launched it in Congo. We're now about to launch it in 7 other countries. And I think this is really going to be able to give us on-time, ready data that we can use for other things. The second thing that we did, which is thanks to Rita and the Mastercard Foundation, we're going to be able to build on, is the African's Medical Supplies Platform, which was launched by the African Union in partnership with Afri-Exim Bank under the leadership of President Ramaphosa, but also the Special Envoy, Strive Masiwia, that has been working with us and, of course, working very jointly with Africa CDC. The African Medical Supplies Platform is really, when COVID hit, there was, a dearth of PPPs or PPEs, and nobody could find, mask or even sort of the oxygen mask. We couldn't find face masks. We couldn't find syringes. We couldn't find anything. There was a scarcity of it. And even in the developed world, countries were sort of struggling to see who will get to the supplies faster. So what we decided to do on the continent was say, what if we procured everything that the continent needed in terms of, the PPEs, and then try to buy it at one point of sale. And what that did was, if you remember, if you think back to that time in March of 2020 through June of 2020, I don't think you will hear anything about Africa not being able to find PPEs. But that was really because we came together, did this pool procurement, launched a platform where everybody could come on that platform and procure. And we were working at the back of that platform to ensure that we had suppliers. But the thing I'm the most excited about on this platform is that we also had a space for African producers. So we could actually say, yes, you could come in and buy PPEs from every part of the world, but if you wanted to buy PPEs from African producers across the world, and we had just launched the AFCFTA, you could actually do that. Today, we have 252 buyers that are actively engaged in this platform. The AMSP pipeline has orders representing about $2.1 billion, and we have about 65.9 million worth of merchandise that has been processed. This is a new institution that the continent has created. It essentially is a trading platform for health supplies, for COVID-related supplies. And I think it gave us a sense of, what Africa can do when Africa comes together and buys collectively and in bulk. Because if you think of smaller countries, they cannot readily access a lot of the equipment that they needed. And finally, the last sort of technology-based platform that we are about to launch is what we're calling the African Trade Exchange. Again, around the AFCFTA, we've said that the AFCFTA is what is going to take Africa out of this crisis. To do that, we have to be able to come together and create a platform that allows us to trade collectively. But on top of the ATEX is also what Afrexim Bank has just done, which is it created a currency exchange platform. So prior to its launch of its platform, it's called the Mansa platform. If you had to trade between Benin and, say, Kenya, you had to change CFAs into dollars and then dollars back into Kenyan shillings. Now, and each time, of course, there was a commission, so you lost resources. Africa lost resources in that process. But with this Mansa platform, you just go from shillings to CFA and backwards. And so that also saves quite an amount of resources. If you're a small and medium enterprise woman business, every $10, every $100 that you save is what sends your kids to school. So again, a huge, I think, investment that we're able to make with substantial and visible gains in terms of technology, but in terms of improving prosperity on the continent. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Vera. That's a tremendous amount of work in such little time. And I must say that the one that resonates with me the most is really around collecting data, because I know in my time as a minister, one of the biggest challenges we had was having enough data to be able to make policies, formulate policies that would actually address, particular issues or be relevant to a particular context. So fantastic work. Rita, let me turn to you now. We're talking about the centrality of technology, So when, I'm not going to say if, because Vera's told us all the things that UNESCO is doing to really make technology central to the transformation of Africa. When technology begins to play a more central role, then it stands to reason that really and truly there should be more tech-centered jobs. There'll be more tech-centered jobs created on the continent. How do we ensure that young people in Africa are aware of those jobs and are properly equipped to take advantage of to take on these jobs?
Thank you so much for the question. But first, let me begin by saying what an honor it is to be on the same platform with both of you, and to thank you for your leadership in closing so many inequities across this continent. The question is so germane because in your preface, you talked about how youthful this continent is. In fact, it gets younger every single day. And clearly, with the advent of COVID, what we're seeing, some of the examples which Vera mentioned, are just starting to accelerate. And what's clear to us is that young people are coming of age in digital technology. And already we are seeing so many young entrepreneurs who are building businesses in multiple sectors, whether it's in manufacturing, agriculture, health, the creative sector, which have a technological backbone or digital backbone. But clearly there are also quite a few gaps. And at the foundation, we try to think in two major pillars when it comes to young people and skills. First, it's really about digital literacy, and the other is about digital platforms. So with literacy, quite clearly digital literacy, just as basic literacy in the old days as we knew it, was a passport into the economy. And there's so much more we have to do, particularly in the area of secondary education. Last year, we released a report on the state of secondary education across Africa. And this is a major transition point for the majority of young people into the economy. So more has to be done at this point, at this juncture, to equip young people with skills before they even enter the economy. So we're doing a number of things. For example, in Rwanda, which is where I'm based, we have a major initiative known as Leaders in Teaching. We also have a Center for Innovation in Teaching and Learning, which is zeroing in on how we equip young people, young educational entrepreneurs, to equip young people with skills. We're doing a lot more in higher education in working with universities across the continent. One, for example, like Carnegie Mellon University, also based here in Rwanda, but really working across the continent to begin programs, master's levels programs in engineering and artificial technology. And it's not just teaching, educating, training young people, but their whole educational experience, how they acquire those skills, also needs to be in part digital, and to combine in person, maybe all get back to being in person, but in person and virtual, so that they learn by experiencing. And probably most importantly, when we look at our work around Young Africa Works, which is a major initiative of the foundation, with a very aspirational, bold goal to create 30 million work opportunities, dignified work opportunities by the end of this decade, we know that we need to equip young entrepreneurs with the right skills, with access to finance, and to ensure that level of integration as we look at the economy.
Thanks so much, Rita. 30 million is a massive, audacious goal, but I'm just so confident that we can get to that with the foundation's support. And at this point, I really must thank the foundation for your support of the newly established University of Technology and Management in Nigeria. We're running courses on technology, entrepreneurship, and design, and we're seeing tremendous, the amazing entrepreneurship mindset of young Africans is really just incredible. So I'm fairly sure we can get to that. And as you know, I'm a partner in a venture capital firm now, and we are seeing a lot of innovation, billions of dollars coming into the continent to support these tech-enabled companies that are solving many of our grand challenges. So this panel was themed "Putting Technology to Work for the Common Good." And that implies, and to a certain extent, Rita, you started talking about that already. So that implies inclusion in all its ramifications. And as you both work across the continent, what do you see is the link between innovation in Africa and inclusive growth?
Well, the first thing which pops into my mind is about the nexus there is about scale and being able to go much further, more inclusive, and reach millions and millions more. But clearly, it's this powerhouse, this combination, which brings together, expands e-commerce, it expands opportunities for smallholder farmers, it creates new ways of us thinking about how we deliver education and the quality of that education. This is about enabling small businesses to prosper, small businesses to continue to grow. And when I think about all of this, I want to also put a caveat in here. Technology is amazing. But the very problems which we are trying to solve require us to step back and look with intention, that the design of our work is actually removing barriers that women face, that young people face. And then we ask the question, how can technology scale these interventions?
Absolutely. Scale, it's a huge continent, so scale is just absolutely important. Vera, how about you? What are the ways are you seeing that technology can help us to really drive this inclusion agenda?
I think three things, and of course everything that Rita has said is very right. It's all about scale. Before we get to scale, there's also technical capacity building and getting a sense of what people can do. And one of the things that the Economic Commission for Africa has done is we launched, I think also as part of a desire to maybe just give hope to everybody in a time when it was just so difficult. We launched the sort of UNECA Girls Can Code initiative. And it's just been amazing, the amount of sort of interest that we have seen from young kids from Zimbabwe to Zambia to Cameroon to Ethiopia itself. But also, I think what it has permitted us to do is create almost an African platform. So we now have girls in Kenya, young girls in Kenya, designing, health and e-health platforms together. Girls in Mauritania, young girls in Mauritania, and young girls in Cameroon designing e-platforms together. And I think that those kinds of collaborative efforts, because a lot of technology and a lot of the huge breakthroughs we've seen in the digital space have happened out of collaborative efforts. And I think what we're managing to do is get this women together. So far, we've trained about 30,000 young women on sort of different girls can code platforms depending on the interest, and we hope to do more. And I think this is one of the things we need to start doing is creating virtual Silicon Valleys, right? We in Cameroon, we talk about, Silicon Mountain. In Kenya, we talk about, a different Silicon space, and we want to bring those spaces together virtually and have us see what we can do together. And I think that has been just amazing. Now, of course, we're financing some of them to see how we can actually, it's one thing to sort of teach them how to sort of do robotics and, the internet design and really actually messaging. And I think one of the things that has come out of that is we didn't realize it, but many of these women started, doing Netflix games. After taking our courses, they're doing TikToks on, respect for women, a lot about respecting the women in the societies or, illnesses. And they're now discussing, rural issues in a platform that they would have never had the opportunity to use before. So I think it's really spreading knowledge as well. And that for me has been just an amazing feat to see these girls come in at the beginning. Some of them have never seen a computer before, are curious. And in 3 weeks, they can actually design something and we can take it forward.
I just love the fact that you're doing this with young girls and young women. It's just, it's amazing how quickly they learn. Because I also experienced that when we had this digital program for women in Nigeria, for young girls in schools in Nigeria, they learn so quickly and they adapt very, very quickly.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we run out of time. I mean, we could be discussing this for the next hour or two. And I really just have to thank, Vera and Rita for the insights that you brought to this conversation. But more importantly, the very concrete things you're doing to help us move to the digital economy along with the rest of the world. I know that this conversation will not stop here. There's a lot of work to be done. And, many thanks to the Economic Commission Africa and also the Mastercard Foundation for just putting time, talent, and real big resources behind this big challenge that we're all working towards. So thank you all very much, and thank you for participating in the panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Solar Sisters' mission is to recruit, train, and support women entrepreneurs to distribute a range of clean energy products across Africa. The big issue that we're working to solve is energy poverty. In a country like Nigeria, for instance, more than half of the population is not connected to the grid. How do we ensure that these communities can have access to modern life?
What we will be doing in this particular project with Solar Sister is providing geospatial population data that helps them understand the consumer and the market demand.
This project we're doing is unique in the sense that it addresses the data gap that we have in sub-Saharan Africa.
We are able to put data science and data into the hands of the women entrepreneurs working at grassroots level. By giving them data on their own communities, we are showing them what their communities look like, what their demand looks like at neighborhood level.
We'll be able to make more informed decisions. We'll be able to make decisions based on real-time data.
This is not just about access to clean energy, but a woman who has a better life contributes better to society, and that's awesome.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us here. I'm Olga Hazan. I'm a staff writer for The Atlantic, and I'm joined today by Richard Bright, who's the VP of Pandemic Prevention and Response at the Rockefeller Foundation, with Ashish Jha, who's the Dean of the Brown University School of Public Health, and by Dr. Ivor Horn, who's the Director of Health Equity and Product Inclusion at Google. I wanted to start off with a question for Dr. Jha. This is kind of a big question, but I was wondering, how has technology contributed to health equity during the pandemic, and how has it contributed to health inequality?
Yeah, it's a great question. It has done both, right? And certainly our lack of use of technology, I would argue, in the early days and really trying to capture data on the state of the pandemic was, I think, incredibly harmful. It took us, the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on communities of color, I think, caught us off guard largely because we weren't using all the tools that were available out there to gather data. To the extent that we were using data, I mean, if you think about some of the non-traditional data sources people were using things like open table reservations, which is a really actually powerful source of information, but it's really focused on people making reservations at restaurants and does not capture all of our society equally. And so you can get a very distorted picture if just snapshots of society and are not looking at things much more comprehensively. What I would argue, though, is that there are other ways in which technology did end up being helpful. And again, if we're going to talk about non-traditional data sources, something like Google Trends, which really brings in everybody who has a smartphone, which in America is a vast, vast majority of the population. Being able to use those kinds of additional data, I think, actually gave us a pretty good insight on who was able to stay home, who was an essential worker who was going in. So technology in these things is always, in some ways, it can be very powerful as a source of equity and letting you capture what's going on. But also, if you use it and don't understand its limitations, it can end up giving you a pretty slanted picture as well.
And Dr. Horn, you're the kind of at the forefront of technology and health equity at Google. And I was wondering, what are some of the most innovative or effective technologies that you've seen used in the past 18 months?
I think there are a few things. One of them, Dr. Jha mentioned, but our teams really being able to use real-time data to provide insights, our community mobility reports to really get an understanding of how people were moving about their lives and how that impacted the work, and giving that information to public health resources so that they could be able to make better decisions. I think one of the big things that came is not just about the technology and the type of technology, because those already existed. It's how we utilized it and how we utilize it in partnership and collaboration with each other. I think that was the big piece that made a difference. And we had our health equity tracker that we worked on with the Satcher Health Leadership Institute at Morehouse School of Medicine to really make some information more accessible and more available to the public. And so those were some of the ways that I think things were better. What I like to say is we had more tools in our toolbox and we had more people working together at a faster pace, sort of at the right time. I think one of the other unique things that stood out for me was our understanding of what it meant to partner to get information and who we defined as authoritative sources, sort of getting the information at the right time in the right place, but also the right messenger. Our work on YouTube with authoritative information was really an important part. Over 68 languages in 200 countries. To be able to get that much information out in ways that people could hear and listen, our partnerships with creators, partnerships with providers from diverse backgrounds, Black and Brown providers, to share that information who were trusted resources in their communities. So I think those, to me, it's not so much what the great technology was, it's how we utilize the technology in the moment.
And Dr. Bright, you work to lead Rockefeller's work on predicting future pandemics. And I was wondering if you could help us kind of look into the future a little bit. What's sort of the role of data analytics and predictive analytics in tracking down and fighting future pandemics? And how are we using technology to do that?
Well, that's a great question. Also, as you heard, or as you know, COVID-19 probably more than anything recently has shown us that without real-time and accurate and representative data, that we're truly fighting a pandemic in a rearview mirror. And this approach that we've had has led to devastating and deeply personal losses. To respond to our current crisis and to prevent the next one, we need to rapidly improve and scale the technology and data tools that are at our disposal. As Dr. Jha and Dr. Horn mentioned, I mean, right now we're in a data-rich world. But when it comes to pandemics, we don't yet know how to gather and use that information quickly and appropriately to contain an outbreak from becoming a larger scale pandemic. So we can look at the different data streams that were available back before COVID-19. We can rewind the script a bit to understand which information and from which sources, be it satellite images or maybe mobility data or maybe wastewater data, would have provided us the earliest warning signals that something new was emerging or a new pathogen was in the community. So the team that we're building at Rockefeller Foundation and the Pandemic Prevention Institute plans to use these types of data and these systems and other insights, working with partners around the world so we can identify these signals. And very importantly, we have to apply super modern analytical tools to these data sets. And we have to make sure they're used and looked at in their relevant context, because you're going to want to track different things probably in different places and different communities. Then we have to connect those data sources, apply the analytics, and translate it into usable action and fill in the gaps in this data to action information chain while we build what I call a robust digital infrastructure or an operating system that people will trust, because they have to trust it if they're going to share the data that we need to be able to translate into this actionable data. So we're working on these. We're working on connecting those signals, building that trust architecture alongside a data architecture, and turning those signals into sources of information that can then provide or inform decisions for decision makers at every level. Our goal would be eventually to be able to simplify this in a way so individuals as well as policymakers can access this information. We have a vision that if you can check your phone to know if you need an umbrella, you should be able to check it to see if you should be wearing a mask or get a test or something bad is happening in the area where you're living or where you might be visiting. And that is what our goal is, to, when we stitch together this information with the analytics, to prevent future outbreaks from becoming a pandemic.
Yeah, and you mentioned wastewater sampling, and I kind of wanted to kind of get a little bit more concrete on some of this, because I'm actually really interested in this for my day job. I'm wondering kind of what are some of the, and this is a question for anyone, what are some of the concrete things we could be doing to predict future pandemics? Like it feels like one of those things where we all really wish that we had seen this coming and had known just the scope and the scale of COVID. But what are some of the actual things that we can do to do a better job predicting?
Well, what I was going to just build on what Rick said in a couple of ways. I mean, one is, so there's a bunch of like biological data we need. Like that's what wastewater is. I can imagine doing air sampling. I can imagine doing testing of travelers, kind of using random samples of travelers as they kind of come off planes. And there's a whole bunch of things we can be doing to collect data. And I think it's going to be an important part of the surveillance. The other part, of course, is we have all of this non-biological or kind of, I shouldn't say even non-biological, but it's like looking for organisms, much more about like people and travel and people's symptoms. The challenge here is they're twofold. And I think Rick mentioned both of them, but let me just elucidate a bit on both. One is about stitching it together. And I'm obviously not a national security expert, but it strikes me that this is a little bit of like what happened with 9/11, and the 9/11 Commission found that, we had the FBI doing certain domestic things, the CIA doing others, we had other intelligence agencies, and nobody was putting it together. And it makes sense that that's how these things happen. And yet part of the solution was having one entity or at least multiple entities whose job was to cut across these silos. I think we need that to happen. The other part, and this is really tricky, is, none of us know when, forget the whole like lab leak versus natural for COVID. None of us really know when this virus started circulating. What we all, I think, have a sense of is it was probably circulating for a while and the information did not get out. So what do we do to create a context in which people are more willing to share information and data? Because you can have the best surveillance, but if let's say India figures out that they're having a bad outbreak of some novel pathogen, but really suppresses it, or China does, or America does, like the rest of the world can have the best surveillance system in the world and it won't really work. So there's got to be that component of it as well, so that we create the right incentives for sharing of this information.
And I think that's really important. And we can have systems and processes in place. And I think there are a few things that have come up that we should talk about. One is context, the context in the community, and that moving the data from data to action. And how do we understand what it means to move data from action to action in those specific communities? that are most impacted, and how do we build trust and get trusted information to communities that are most impacted. I think we saw that technology allowed us to understand and have data and information, but it also created and put us at risk for greater disparities. For example, vaccine locations opening up, but people who had access to technology were able to know about it. And even though we targeted communities that were underserved, those communities did not get access to those vaccines because there was the digital divide that contributed to that. I think our ability to mobilize and have information and have data, understanding where the information and data applies, but where the boots on the ground and people who are actioning on that information have what they need in real time to act on it.
I wanted to talk about misinformation, and a question really for anyone, but especially Dr. Horn. I think one of the key challenges, especially with the vaccination effort, has been that, people are often getting wrong information through various channels. And I'm wondering, how can we, yet we all distribute, news articles through those same channels. So how do we kind of increase the upside of social media with regard to information sharing while decreasing some of this kind of misinformation downside?
I think we're absolutely working to combat misinformation and making sure that we're bringing forward authoritative content and authoritative information, and making sure that we're partnering with people who can share that message where people can hear and have the right messenger for that. So really, it's about bringing forward authoritative content and partnering with authoritative resources to make sure that we're getting the correct and accurate information. I think part of the challenge that we had during the pandemic was there was so much change in information. Keeping up with what was accurate on one day compared to what was accurate on the next is really a challenge. And I think we didn't expect that people would listen to one source and not the other, and sort of our ability to understand how to more effectively communicate public health information to communities is a lesson learned as part of this. How do we make public health public where people understand what we do?
Can I add to this? I think certainly amplifying certain messages over others is really important. And there's a lot that the social media companies can do and Google, and in terms of what information gets to the top. But there's a problem that's a bit deeper than that in my mind, but kind of on top of that, which is that certain messages stick and others don't. And we don't really have a good understanding of why. But what is very clear to me is that public health messengers are generally pretty lousy at coming up with messages that stick. They throw in a whole bunch of caveats and nuance. And people who spread misinformation are very, very, very effective messengers. And they appeal to emotion and meaning and do a lot of things that public health people really are not very good at. And so I think public health people are just getting crushed in this battle. This is why in the worst pandemic in a century, we have these incredible vaccines and a third of adults are like, I think I'll pass. Like that's a pretty catastrophic failure. Now there's real disinformation happening from bad actors. And there, I think you need to have people act. And that's where Facebook and others need to actually just step up and do more. But I also think the broader public health community has to really rethink its strategy for communication and think much more and learn new skills for how we communicate with the public in the context of a time where information is changing, knowledge is changing, science is changing. We don't do a good job of communicating in that context.
Last question, and it's a lightning round. I want everyone's best solution to this problem that I've been thinking about since the beginning of the pandemic, which is that I feel like one thing that's been holding us back when it comes to technology, inclusion, outcomes, everything, is the fact that so many Americans still don't have reliable internet that's fast. And all of this kind of like distributing information, having people, check into a restaurant, having people get in touch with contact tracers depends on that. And I'm wondering kind of what's the solution when our kind of our information superhighway is not like fully built out yet?
We often recognize that people don't have access, but I think we make this assumption that less people have access than actually do. Oftentimes it's a digital literacy and an understanding of how to use the technology that they actually have within in their hand more effectively as well. So there are many people who have devices who don't necessarily use it in a health context. And to Dr. Jha's point, we have to do a better job of not just providing the information, but helping people understand how they can get to the information that we have in that way. And so I think across the globe, there are definitely areas where there's different access. And we should think about, and I think this is important, is what does it mean to do partnerships and collaborations with people who can get the message out as well?
I'll add just a bit onto that, because I mean, that's such a great answer already coming from someone in the technology field. So good answer. But I also look at this as a global perspective too, as we work globally to try to address the challenges of energy poverty and access. As we think about getting information around the world and collecting information around the world so we know where to target resources or countermeasures or other supplies, we need to have that information highway up and running. And so it's one thing just to be able to build a capacity to test or drop in supplies, but it's another thing as we're building those power grids and other things across the world that we make sure that there is an on-ramp to the information highway, that we can connect people and scientists around the world to share data and to receive information so they know a local context along with their global context. And so I think it's incumbent upon us as entities that build international capacity and capability to think not only just of the immediate capacity, but how we connect it to the rest of the world.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. I will say that I find some of this a little self-perplexing, Olga. Like, we've been talking about, for instance, rural broadband for like 20 years. And every infrastructure bill is like, we're going to do rural broadband. And I'm like, I thought we did it with the last bill. So there is clearly a problem of how our government has been able to execute on some of this. We really do have to think of broadband as infrastructure, right? Like, there's really not much of a question about that. And the ability of people to access broadband, the ability of people who are either remote or the people who are poor to be able to access broadband is fundamental to being kind of alive and being a participatory citizen in America. It's very hard to live in this country without access to broadband in terms of all the services that are available. So that strikes me as something that, like, we just got to nail it down. Lots of other places have. I've been to rural India where, I often have a hard time getting electricity to charge my iPhone, but I have fabulous broadband, which is a really interesting issue. So we can clearly do this, but everything else that is dependent on having a reliable internet infrastructure really falls apart if we're not able to execute on that.
Well said. Well, that is our time. Thank you all so much for joining me. This was a great discussion. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being with us. I'm delighted to be joined today by not one, but two global leaders. Please welcome Michael Mebar, CEO of Mastercard, and Mactar Diop, Managing Director of IFC. Pleasure to have you. So we're ready for our conversation today about trusting technology and the role it can play in post-pandemic recovery. So I'd like to go straight into it. So I believe that you two share quite a few things in common. You have a passion for development, financial inclusion, digital transformation, but you also bring something very unique to your role. You have a strong Africa experience. Mactar, please, can you tell us how working within developing markets and underserved communities is in your work today at IFC?
When I was a Minister for Finance in my country, one day I was in a taxi and the person didn't know who I was, and I just asked about growth and what was happening in the country. And the taxi driver told me, it's nice to hear about this Minister of Finance making speech about growth, but growth, we would like to see more food in our plate and better living conditions. And I said, okay, the Minister for Finance will take good note of what you just said. And I think it was a very good indication on how sometimes we are not translating the big numbers in something which means something for the 1G, like they say in Kenya, or the people, the poorest. And I think that at that time is the time where the technology adoption has been accelerating in Africa. You have seen M-Pesa, you have seen also solutions coming in the continent. And it's just fantastic to see that now, 20 years later, Africa is teaching to the rest of the world how to use mobile payment, how you can use fintech to increase financial inclusion, how the person in the markets in Kenya are Googling the things, information, and as the sellers in the African markets are now being able to use fintech and mobile payment to be able to access the market.
There is this, its necessity is the mother of invention, and I think that there are lots of lessons that can be taken from the continent. So Michael, you also have a lot of experience working extensively across the African continent. What lessons continue to shape your work?
2007, when I first stepped a foot into our first role on the continent, to your point about necessity, I was working for a bank, and the business was largely focused on the affluent part of the population. And you said, well, if you look at 1.5 billion people on the continent, what else can be done? Which other way can you build a relevant business that makes a difference for businesses and individuals? So you come from a niche proposition and say, how do I build out a broader business? It was very much a commercial consideration to find the path to financial inclusion. Then, I joined Mastercard over a decade ago, and it was the very same business logic. We had a first meeting in Lagos. I recall that it was 3 people sitting around a table and say, how do we make a difference outside of South Africa? And we had nothing. So today it's a very broad business spanning the continent. And the learnings have transgressed Africa ever since. Africa taught Mastercard. Maktar, to your point, today when we talk mobile financial services around the world, it is based on our experience. Now, to the point that we wanted to formalize that. We put a lab into Nairobi and said, why don't we just have some of the best minds come together out of a thriving startup community, have them operate out of Nairobi and come up with solutions that we can not only deploy in Africa, but across the continent. So that's certainly a starting point. 10 years later, as I look backwards and say, what are some of the lessons as we went through that journey? The one thing is financial inclusion does matter. We have found for us it is a long-term market building activity, but at the same time, it's the right thing and the decent thing to do because it drives a local economy. So there's no debate in our company that financial inclusion has to be a pillar of what we do. In fact, inclusion is only a starting point. It has to go to real closing the economic and opportunity gap. So that's the headline for us. But the biggest part of all of this is you have to be intentional. So financial inclusion cannot be done on the side of a table in an organization like Mastercard. It has to be fully intentional, inclusion by choice, our choice vis-a-vis it just happens by chance. So those are some of the bigger learnings, and there's a lot of granularity that I'm sure we can talk about in the next 15 minutes.
Let's dive into the technology now. This world is moving fast, from crypto to open bank to central bank digital currencies. We see an emergence of solutions at the intersection of currency and technology. It's ever evolving. It's quite dizzying. I think for a lot of people, it's hard to grasp. But I also, from what I understand, the world is keen to understand and use digital money for financial inclusion. So, Michael, to you again, what does this rise in financial technology mean? How does it impact inclusive growth?
So technology is never really the solution, but it enables a solution. You have AI, you have cloud, you have artificial intelligence, you have biometrics, you have the whole host of things, and all of that could be part of the solution. The question is, what problem are you trying to solve? So financial inclusion is a big, big word. What is the respective need for a small business? What's the respective need for an individual in one country over the other? Of course, Africa is not the same in the rest of the world. When you think financial inclusion in a much broader context, it takes different challenges in developed markets versus emerging and so forth. So our view is let's not start with the technology. Let's actually start to understand what problem are we trying to solve. Is it digitizing small businesses that are trying to get online after COVID and they struggled, having that business before, but then now they need to have it? Or for individuals are trying to get access to credit and they don't have a track record to do so. So those are the big questions to solve, and you got to be clear about what they are. And then you can ask yourself the question, well, is crypto, is a digital currency a way to address some of the challenges that you have for a particular set of people? Let's take the example of somebody who's sending money to their family back home. And that's a big income source for the family. Remittances are rather expensive today and they take very long. Crypto could solve that. It could solve the price. It could solve the speed issue. But I think we also need to take into account that technology comes with upsides and with downsides. And here we need to think through, well, what about data privacy? What about cyber protection? What about some set of principles as we wade into this world of brave new technologies, but we have to do it in a right way? And I think that trade-off always needs to be understood. I'm a tech enthusiast, but it's got to be done in the right way.
Right. Magtar, from some of the solutions that have just been discussed by Michael, a lot of them are being applied to the international development space. If we think about what IFC is doing on the continent, I have to keep on mentioning Africa, but around the UMOA region and the whole credit score and how it is important to educate populations. But there are major investments that are happening in solutions also like artificial intelligence and biometric authentication. How much of this technology fit in your strategy and in your objectives?
No, it is at the center of our strategy. Actually, we created 2 years ago a disruptive technology department. And the objective of this department is to invest in new technology that could be helping in solving development problems. And our portfolio has been significantly increasing in this area, particularly in Africa. So this show how important it is for us. So I want to come back to the point that Michael made, and I think indeed the starting point is solving a problem, and the technology is there to solve a problem. And let me highlight a few problems that we've been trying to solve. Health services in a country like Rwanda, which is a country with a lot of hills, for those who know the country, delivering blood in some areas will be difficult to do by road and by using trucks. So drones are being used to be able to deliver blood in more remote areas. The same is now being done in my own country, in Senegal. E-doctor visits in countries now more and more, we realize that specialized services are needed for people, and it's very, very difficult to move sometimes the more educated and the more specialized doctors in remote area. E-health becomes a solution, and that's been tested during the time of COVID. And there is a lot of application. One of them that I would like also to emphasize is blockchain. At the time when we talk often about low regulation judicial system, which sometimes in some places is not as strong as it could be, using blockchain to increase transparency and being so much security in transaction is something that will help a lot in solving some of the problems. But if we don't have the right regulatory framework, if we don't take care of privacy, cyber security, and all these questions that Michael mentioned, we might be facing a very serious problem that could set us back. We have released last year a big report. The World Development Report of the World Bank was on the digital economy, and we highlighted all these questions in that report. And I will really, for those who didn't have a chance to look at it because it raises very important questions that we are discussing today.
They require united effort across geographies, across industries. So I want to come to one great example that the announcement that you actually had in August, where IFC, Mastercard, Coca-Cola partnered with a local tech startup to provide working capital to support Indonesian micro retailers with a strong focus on women. Michael, can you talk to us more about this partnership and what makes it successful and unique, please?
Right, 3.5 million micro businesses in Indonesia. So that's a sizable number. And, you know, if you take a step back and see what are the issues that such small businesses have, oftentimes it is the access to working capital. How can I order enough stuff and then have it on my shelves before I sell my oil, my maize, or whatever I'm trying to sell? And here, you look at what IFC brings to the table. IFC brings to the table financial resources and ability to help with risk management considerations. We bring to the table digital capabilities and say, you know, this small business, in order to get access to a better working capital conditions, they need to monetize, somehow find ways to collect their data and then bring that to a bank and say, hey, you know, I should have a different form of credit than I've had in the past. So using data, using financial tools, and then you bring somebody like Coca-Cola into the mix, where you have somebody who owns the supply chain and can provide the data source. To bring all of this together, it's a great example of how partnership can make a real difference. I look at Indonesia as a pilot, 3.5 million. If you look at the hundreds of millions of small businesses around the world, I think we'll need to find many more such solutions. As a company, we've said that it is almost a tragedy that the largest employer in the world, which is small business, was the hardest hit by COVID. So we need to do better. We need to have more than just pilots. So we took $250 million last year in March and said we're going to put that up to find more such solutions for small businesses in different parts of the world. Back to the point about understand where the problem is. We're having initiatives in different countries around the world. One particular one that we just launched a couple of weeks ago is the Strive initiative. Strive Community Fund, where we're basically taking $25 million specifically geared to digitizing small businesses that have only had a brick and mortar experience or a business setup before, and they want to go online. How do they get online? How are they safe when they are online? How do they find new customers as they are now operating online and doing marketing? I think what we're doing together here with the IFC is fantastic, and together we shall find many more such pilots to really scale this up, because we don't have time. We need to go out and have those solutions out there today and not in 2 years from now.
Makta, you've always been advocating for technology adoption, and you've been clear on the fact that Africa can be a great example of leapfrogging into the future through technology adoption. Has COVID strengthened this belief?
Absolutely. I'm a member of the Broadband Commission, the UN Broadband Commission, where we are aiming at making universal access of broadband, internet broadband by 2030 in Africa. So there's a lot of work to do and a lot of regulation to change, to make the market much more accessible to competition, because at the end of the day, all the things that we are discussing will be accelerated if the cost of internet in those countries, the emerging country, is lower and the access is broader. So we are working on these two fronts, and we are making progress. Offshore of Africa, 2 large cables, a submarine cable, as being now laid down, and it will help really increasing the variability of terabyte. If these 2 projects are completed, we will have more than 300 terabytes of broadband access available for the African continent, in addition to what they have right now. So now it will be just a matter of creating the conditions for it to be utilized, and to be utilized in a competitive way and reduce cost. That will be accelerating technological adoption. That will be bring solutions. That will be just unleash the creativity of the tech industry in Africa, because there are a lot of very talented people who are coming with many solutions. And it's just amazing to see the speed at which is happening right now.
Thank you so much. It's such a rich conversation. I hope we can commit to help build an entire ecosystem, not leaving anyone on the side of the road.
The big topic in the room is the digital divide that's opening up post-COVID, because you have the digital haves and you have the digital have-nots. They were there before, but COVID is certainly opening up that divide. And you could get depressed about it, or you could look at, what do we have today that we didn't have, 5 years ago? There's all of these technologies. We talk about the power of partnerships. If I just look at the summit and who all is participating and who's making commitments other than the two of us in the moment, it is very, very encouraging. So I'm full of positivity around this. I think we just need to make sure we don't leave anybody behind. So, the commitment on the Mastercard side is for sure. We want to enable a digital economy that works for everybody. As simple as that. And I think we have the technological tools to do that.
Thank you, Michael. A final word, Magtar?
Definitely. The fact that we have so many people from so diverse horizon getting together in this summit and discussing it shows that we believe in partnership. The partnership is on finance, on knowledge, on changing regulation, in adapting the economies, the environment, in creating ecosystem, is a multi-dimension and multi-form partnership. And that's what I want you to leave you with.
Thank you so much for such a hopeful and rich conversation. Thank you very much.
Women entrepreneurs are vital to economies worldwide, and they can be catalytic forces for change in their communities. Yet they lack equal access to capital and to skills, and they face harmful gender norms. That's why 2 years ago, we joined forces with the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth in an effort to reach 3.9 million entrepreneurs, half of whom will be women, and to provide them with the resources they need to thrive in an increasingly digital economy by 2022. Launched just months before the COVID-19 pandemic, CARE's Ignite program has been active in Vietnam, in Pakistan, and in Peru. Ignite takes a sustainable, market-based approach to service delivery by working in close partnership with local service providers, both financial and non-financial. These grassroots partnerships open up much-needed access to finance and digital services while building business networks and entrepreneurship capacity and skills. As lockdowns began, we knew we had to act fast to ensure that the women in our programs weren't left behind as commerce went digital. This meant an intense focus on 3 critical enablers: better access to digital financial services, digital tools and skills, and a supportive environment. Women-centered design is at the heart of our approach. So we sought extensive input from women as we developed products and services. In Peru, women are facing increased demands on their time, sometimes with only 5 minutes per day for skills development, often training on their phones between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. We then worked with women to design a new small business app offering one-stop support, allowing them to train on their phones in bite-sized chunks at any time of day. In Pakistan, where only 1% of women are entrepreneurs compared to 21% of men, we worked with the microfinance bank to increase loan sizes and to stop requiring male family members to guarantee loans. We're also expanding to digital lending, helping women access loans using their smartphones. Despite the global pandemic and crippling lockdowns, the Ignite program has already reached over 1.1 million entrepreneurs and their communities. We've mobilized over $6.5 million in loans and directly impacted 11,000 businesses. And 73% of them are women-owned. The women we work with have shown extraordinary courage and resilience in the face of adversity. Our collective responsibility is to develop products and services to help them grow by bridging the gender digital divide. Please contact us to find out how you can join this exciting journey of women-centered design and partner with us to offer sustainable support to women-led businesses worldwide.
Well, thank you for joining us. This certainly is an unprecedented time. Unprecedented challenges between COVID, climate change, trying to create an inclusive recovery coming out of the economic challenges of the last couple of years, but also unprecedented opportunities, particularly those created by technological innovation. And I'm honored to be joined today to talk about this by Microsoft's president and vice chairman, Brad Smith, who leads the company's work on so many issues, but including those issues around the nexus of technology and society. And one of the reasons we're here today is to share the news that we are forging a strategic partnership, the Economic Recovery Strategic Alliance, which will focus on global skilling, equitable access to capital and economic opportunity in the United States, and helping to build the field of data science for social impact. So Brad, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Let me start by going to your book, and I can recommend your book to all of our listeners. You were really quite prescient in your observations a couple of years ago when it came out. How do we ensure that the benefits of technology are broadly shared, and that as we move towards an increasingly digital economy, we're not creating new digital divides, but building digital bridges?
Well, first of all, Mike, thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk with you. I've always said for years, any day I get to spend a little time with you is a good day. And any day that any of us at Microsoft get to spend some of the time with people at Mastercard is a good day too, for sure. We wrote this book. I wrote it with another one of our employees, Carol Ann Brown, and we entitled it Tools and Weapons, because in the world today, I think if you have a problem and you want to solve it, digital technology is part of the toolkit that you can use. But we also live at a time when technology is weaponized, times literally, like in cyber attacks. But we also see the uneven distribution of digital technology exacerbating every other divide that I think we worry about in this country and around the world. And if this pandemic has had any sort of silver lining in the cloud that it has cast over all of us, it has been to shine a spotlight on what it means when, say, some people have broadband and others do not. Literally, it meant the difference between going to school and not being able to attend. And you can pull on that thread, and it's not just the access to the technology itself, it's the access to the skills needed to put that technology to work that is distributed so unevenly today. And it's part of the foundation we need to rebuild in order to create more opportunities for people.
Well, let's go there. Let's go to the global skilling issue, because as you say, if we're going to have a truly inclusive economy, there's got to be opportunity for all. Opportunity for all means jobs and job capabilities for all. And that goes to skills. Microsoft, you personally have had a lot of experience in thinking through how to engage in a global skilling effort. What do you think we can do now with technology and otherwise to be effective in this area?
Well, I think there's three things that need to come together, and our partnership is a big part of what I believe can help us scale to deliver on this. First, we actually have to use digital technology to deliver training materials, courseware, opportunities for online learning, connections to mentors, and ultimately online certification so that people can pass a test and get the kind of certificate that is going to make them more mobile economically, that will help them get a job. The second thing we need is the substance. We need access to the subject matter experts and the high quality material. And when you think about where we sort of put our skills together as companies at Microsoft and with LinkedIn and the like, we have a lot of capabilities to deliver content, but we are not experts in financial literacy, one of the most important skills that people need, but you all are. Mastercard is. And so we bring those two things together. But then I think there is a third dimension that is always important for us to remind ourselves, especially for those of us who work at a tech company like Microsoft. Technology is wonderful. It turns out you still need human beings. You still need partnerships. You need to build a network, oftentimes with nonprofits. As we've really studied our digital skilling work, which has reached more than 40 million people over the last year, it turns out that there's a last mile to skilling, just like there's a last mile to broadband. It really comes down to whether people finish what they start. And people are much more likely to progress farther and actually finish when they have a human being who's looking over their shoulder, is lending a helping hand, is sort of playing that same role a teacher played in our classroom growing up, being a mentor, and oftentimes it is somebody with a nonprofit. So we start to bring these things together, and I think it speaks to the basic premise of our whole partnership. You need digital inclusion. You need financial literacy. You put those together, and you actually create a real catalyst for economic mobility.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. And between the network effect and, as you say, partnering with local NGOs and others on the ground who can deliver that last mile touch, that last mile service is going to be critically important. Here in the United States, in response to the racial reckoning of last year, we launched at Mastercard the In Solidarity initiative. Microsoft launched its Racial Equity initiative, both broadly focused on how to bridge the opportunity gap faced by Black communities in the United States, and some of which has been structural in our history. What do you think can be done to really ensure, particularly again around the digital economy, that we seize this opportunity to bring into the economy communities that have been excluded historically, and to try and bridge that wealth and opportunity gap?
I think in part, Mike, it builds on what we've been talking about already. It means going out and reaching out into these communities. I think oftentimes it really starts with forging the kinds of relationships to ensure that we understand what the community needs and not just act on the basis of some preconceived notion of what we think they need. I think it involves building concrete programs that deliver not just economic opportunity, but often starts with more foundational skills. And that's why I think building a broader network, that's why partnering with local communities is part of what we're doing as our two companies, what we're each doing, as we're pursuing our different racial equity initiatives. That is how I think we will advance economic mobility.
I think I would add to your comment, in addition to skilling and jobs, equitable access to capital, which is another part of our partnership, I think is going to be critical. And getting our investment, for example, in the Fearless Fund and in Greenwood Bank, and our partnership with some local small businesses in Atlanta is all about trying to overcome obstacles to capital so that local community can build businesses, begin to create wealth, and begin to grow and be more prosperous from there. One of the things we did in Atlanta was provide them with data insights from our spend data to help them understand the impact of COVID on Atlanta, what communities were lagging behind in the recovery, what they might do to address that. Data science, bringing to the table the skills of data science for social impact, is something I know our two companies are really focused on and share. And I'm delighted that Microsoft's going to be joining data.org along with the Rockefeller Foundation and others to help develop this field of data science for social impact. Tell us about Microsoft's perspective on you're such a fantastic data company, how do you bring data science to the table in a way that has a positive impact?
Both of our companies work with large amounts of data. And I think the key is to develop the capability to harness the power of that data and really discern the insights that can make us more effective in solving the problems we want to solve. 3 years ago at Microsoft, we created a data science and analytics team that would focus exclusively on these types of societal challenges and problems we're trying to address. We took one of the issues that we're working on in our racial equity initiative, and also more broadly, access to broadband in the country. And we found that when we harnessed the power of data, we could actually identify more precisely than the federal government or anyone else had who had access to broadband and who didn't. And so, I think data, one of the lessons from COVID, we've seen data used in new ways. It is the tool that we should put to work for every problem we want to solve. And with our two companies and with the Rockefeller Foundation and data.org, I think we have something that will advance economic mobility and financial inclusion, but it's also creating a capability societally that we can use for everything.
Absolutely. Look, I think we are both committed, both of our companies are committed to having impact and to having impact at scale. And none of us can do it alone. We do it through collaboration. And we're so grateful to you, to your CEO, Satya Nadella, and to Microsoft for being such a great partner in all of these efforts.
Well, that's great. Thank you. I think we both look forward to what our two companies are going to do with this partnership and what we're going to work with a lot of other people to accomplish together. So some exciting days ahead.
To introduce our final session, please welcome Shamina Singh, founder and president of the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth and the executive vice president for sustainability at Mastercard.
Hello, everyone. On behalf of the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth and the Aspen Institute, I want to offer my thanks for your participation today. The Center and the Aspen Institute announced the Global Inclusive Growth Partnership 2 years ago with a relatively detailed plan. But those plans, like many of yours, changed indefinitely due to the effects of COVID. We had to pivot our process, but we never changed our mission and moved forward with even more increased momentum. In fact, as you've heard today, our shared focus on inclusive and sustainable growth proved prescient when the world became digitally driven almost overnight. Our goal, to ensure financial security for individuals, households, and small businesses around the world, required more urgency than ever before. It's one of the reasons we've convened today across borders, sectors, and ideologies, and connected practical solutions with pragmatic partners, all in service of people and the planet. From ministers to multilaterals to micro-entrepreneurs, and from financial inclusion to fintech, we must unite and align on incentives and opportunities to put people back on a path to financial security. The pandemic underscored the need to accelerate the shift to digital economies. And to do it right, we must do right by everyone, using technology that's inclusive by design, climate informed, equity intentional, and evidence-based. The scale of this year's summit shows that we're making progress. The partnerships we've formed and the commitments we've made mean that more purpose-driven leaders are putting their shoulders to the wheel. And with that, I'll introduce another important announcement from a friend and colleague at JP Morgan Chase, Heather Higginbottom.
Hello, I'm Heather Higginbottom with JP Morgan Chase. As we all know, where you live determines how you live. It was true before the COVID-19 crisis, but it's even more true now. Access to safe, affordable housing is a leading determinant of income and wealth, health, and overall quality of life. Yet access to stable homes in neighborhoods that offer good quality jobs, schools, and other critical resources is increasingly out of reach for many families, especially Black and Latinx families. The Black-white home ownership gap is 31 percentage points, and it's larger today than it was in 1968 when housing discrimination was legal. COVID has only served to widen the housing affordability gap by undermining existing efforts and exacerbating the housing supply shortage. At JP Morgan Chase, we've launched a firm-wide strategy to address this challenge. Last year, we made a $30 billion commitment to advance racial equity, which included a significant focus on affordable housing. And we're now building on these business commitments with a 5-year, $400 million philanthropic commitment And we're advancing a comprehensive affordable housing policy agenda that will increase the availability and equitable access to affordable housing. As part of our philanthropic commitment, today I'm proud to announce $8.4 million in funding for 6 new partners to promote immediate housing stability for households of color. Each of these partners support sustainable eviction diversion and community lawyering models that advance racial equity and demonstrate applicability for broader policy change. Our approach recognizes that we must work in partnership across the private, public, and nonprofit sectors to effectively address structural challenges to opportunity. That's why every day we collaborate with leaders across the private and public sectors. We thank the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth and the Aspen Institute for their partnership, and we applaud all the commitments made today. Only when we come together can we realize the shared vision of a more inclusive economy.
This has been an action-packed day. Over a few hours, we have covered a lot of ground, but there's so much more to do. It's up to us to realize the power of a shared purpose by helping each other, but also holding each other accountable to the things we say and the commitments we make. And I can't think of a better way to bring this point home than with our next and final guest. Friends, I'm honored to introduce the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you to the Aspen Institute and the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth for hosting this summit. And in particular, I want to thank Ajay Banga for your invitation to join today and for your leadership of the Partnership for Central America. I also want to thank everyone here for participating in this very important conversation. We are gathered today during a moment of incredible transformation in our country and in our world. I believe we have a chance to change things for the better, a chance not only to preserve or reinforce those systems and structures that have historically left people behind, but to build something better. Take the recent mass exodus of women from our workforce. Not long after the president and I took office, I called it a national emergency. Over the last 20 months, the industries in which women work have been the hardest hit. Small businesses that women own and run have closed, and the childcare and elder care that women rely on has disappeared. As a result, millions of women in our nation have left the workforce. The latest jobs numbers confirm there are 2 million fewer women in the workforce than there were at the start of the pandemic. I believe that it is time to treat this national emergency as a national opportunity. It is time to build an economy that works for women. If women participated in our workforce at the same rate as men, wages would go up for all workers, profits would go up for businesses, families would be more secure, and our economy would be more prosperous. By some accounts, our GDP would grow by 5%. In short, an economy that works for women works for everyone. At this very moment, our administration is working with Democrats, Republicans, and independents in Congress to pass our Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. We are confident that we will get it done. This bill has the potential to expand job opportunities for women. We will soon be looking for plumbers to replace lead pipes, electricians to lay broadband lines, and forklift operators to help fix roads and bridges. These are jobs that should be open to women and men alike. At the same time, our administration is working to pass an agenda that invests in care. For many women, care is a prerequisite to go to work. Our Build Back Better agenda will lower the cost of childcare. We are proud of the business community's broad support for these historic investments because our administration cannot do this work alone. We need business leaders, foundation leaders, nonprofit leaders, and everyone to partner with us. You know, I first saw the power of public-private partnerships back when I was a local elected official in San Francisco. Together with the business community there, we launched an unprecedented effort to give first-time offenders the training and support they needed to get back on track. When we harness our collective innovation and determination, I believe together we maximize our impact. Take, for example, the fact that there are employers across our nation that are leading the way on gender equality. They are committed to pay transparency, intentional in hiring and promoting, and thoughtful in ensuring flexibility and predictability. Studies have shown that they are seeing higher equity returns, increased profit margins, and greater productivity. So here's my ongoing challenge to our business leaders, foundation leaders, and nonprofit leaders across the country. Think about what more you can do to remove barriers to opportunity within your own business and organization, to make these businesses and organizations as inclusive as they are strong. And then please get right to it, because we need your help to build an economy that works for women and for everyone. In this moment of transformation, I believe that change is possible if we make it together. Thank you all for your leadership and for your great work.
And here we are, at the end of an action-packed day that's been informational, hopefully inspiring, and quite purposefully inclusive. Whatever your role in the economy or in the world, we hope you learned something new or unexpected, and that you're finishing this summit with a vision for how your work helps the world move forward. Many thanks to our production team at Empire, the Clinton Global Initiative, and the incredible teams at Aspen and Mastercard who put this summit together. Please go to globalinclusivegrowthsummit.com to share your thoughts and stay involved. I'm Kimberly Adams with Marketplace. Thanks for joining us.